Hey everybody! Yes, just got a few people hanging out in the chat. We were just kind of talking in the green room here, and we figured, you know what, let's just go live. It's a chill stream anyway. So I see Miss Martin Muses, Jaden Hamilton. Thank you guys for being here, hanging out. And I got the Nerdporial himself and fellow White Cloak and stylish looking man with the sweet shade. His shades are always better than mine, to be completely honest. He does it to put me to shame. I think that's what it is.
He's got that menacing. He got the menacing glow right there.
But let's see. We got Vendel, we got Gadfly Fiction, LPK. Which just for those of you who are subs, I put the link in the Discord, the White Cloak subscriber channel. So if you guys want to join us, if you got the time, if you are in a spot where you can throw your computer up and just kind of chat, you are absolutely welcome. So feel free to join us. Otherwise, we'll just kick it here and chat. So Brian, we'll start with you since you were here before I was in the green room back there. What are you drinking, and how are you, sir?
All right. Well, I still got the box here, so I'm drinking the last of this Glenmorangie that you introduced me to, and I really enjoyed it. So appreciate you, man. And
we are again drinking the same.
I don't have the. I'm actually drinking out of a Knob Creek glass. That's what I got right here.
Oh, shame.
Yeah, so that's what I'm drinking.
All right. How are you feeling after a few days to digest what happened to the Wheel of Time fandom this last week?
I've been calling people out. I've been calling people's bullshit out. I mean, there's one channel I used to listen to all the time. He's really good speaker. He sounds like he's reading a storybook. Indie Geek, and he's saying that season 2 was such a great season and all that. And I was just like, dude, have you even read The Great? I literally responded saying, dude, have you even read The Great Hunt? So, I mean, like, because he covers mainly Game of Thrones. I mean, imagine if Game of Thrones show diverted drastically from its books and all that. I mean, and then some moron in his comments said that season 2 of Wheel of Time, is as good as the height of Game of Thrones. And I was like, that is utterly false. That is utterly false. Like, our heroes are bigger villains than the villains. Enough said.
Yeah. Yeah. The takes on Twitter have been wild. So
I'm on team Ishii. I mean, I am more comfortable. If I was to hang out with any character on that show, I'd be comfortable with Ishii. And Aldan will give me shit for saying that, but it's true.
Lady B.
All right. So Ozzy, how about we introduce you next week? I mean, the man with the plan and the great looking shades. Are you drinking anything tonight? How are you doing?
Right now, I just got the water in the Cougar Yeti here.
Okay.
I might make a run for some scotch on the rocks here in a little bit, since Brian's inspiring me, as are you.
Hey, it's you just gotta go with the flow.
Whiskey Tango, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Yes.
Yeah. To follow up on what Brian said, the problem is Game of Thrones is already sort of a morally ambiguous, piece of literature, but that is not Wheel of Time. There's good, there's bad. There's no sort of gray area. Yeah, maybe you can find a couple characters, but like the Sanshan. But
yeah,
come on, like I said in the Discord, I slept on the thing, and the Perrin scene just really disturbs me. I just, not a hero. Somebody behaves like that,
Yeah.
I was just listening to Profits after show on just now, and the last. I mean, I was turning it off to come into the studio, and they were Eldan, and some of Joxer were talking about Perrin and how like he has no leg to stand on, and the Shadow Rising, because I have an idea. I think I know what's going to happen, even though I haven't gotten that far in the book yet. But I think I have a good idea.
Put a pin in that thought. We'll get to it in a second. I want to welcome some people in the chat, and we got some people waiting in the queue to get in here. So we got more subscribers on YouTube and Subscribestar, and just more Discord fans here. So for you guys who joined, thanks. Vendel, Gadfly Fiction, LPK. I see Trip lurking. Lady Balefire, Matt, and Staple Bow. To bring up your comment, actually, that's the wrong one. You asked how you get into the channel. It's for the Subscribestar supporters for the channel who help us cover the cost of the streaming service that we use. That kind of stuff is basically who I sent the links to. I'll try and go back and update and leave a link in the description for this video, or I'll drop one in the chat at some point if you wanted to join.
Does that make me a white cloak then?
We might talk about sort of future plans for how to support the channel.
They're the good guys. They're the good guys.
Does that? I mean, you didn't answer my question. Does that make me a white cloak since I?
Yeah. You're not an OG white cloak, but you are part of this. You're part of the cloaks.
I'm a nerdporial.
Yeah. But we might talk a little bit about that. Now that we're monetized on YouTube, there's potentially a better way to kind of run things. Spaced Oyster, thanks for coming out as well.
Spaced.
Let's see, other people. Ozzy is here and in the chat. Always good to help us with the views. Yep. And let's bring in our next panel guest. So the smartest and most knowledgeable white cloak potentially, the professor himself, Gadfly Fiction.
I was going to go with Gadfly. I was right.
My intellectual brother from.
Ooh, is that some? What is that? Is that Oban?
It's Oban Little Bay.
Oh, I see like the hint of a label, and but I'm not an alcoholic. Okay?
That was a good sound of the cork coming out.
You guys were thinking
the twist and pull, Gadfly. That was sweet. Oh yeah.
You got to get that ASMR going, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah. I do have something as well that I would I also want to share. Okay. It was my birthday this past week.
Happy birthday!
And,
happy birthday! Yeah. Unfortunately, you got a terrible
addition to my armory.
Oh wow!
So,
ooh.
How many pound pull?
This is a
roughly
46 pound at 28 inch.
46, 47, whatever it takes. Yeah.
So
nice.
That's a nice looking bow.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. But it means I'm more Two Rivers than Rand and Matt and Perrin now.
Hey, Rand drew his bow once. Did he ever shoot it? I don't think he shot it.
No,
he didn't shoot. He didn't shoot down like 6 Grom in a row. You know,
he definitely didn't do that. That is that's 100%.
Well, he couldn't shoot down 6 Grom in a row because Tam never taught him about the flame and the void.
No, he didn't. And Rand murdered a defenseless Forsaken, I guess.
Yeah.
Space Oyster brings up he shot at targets a couple times.
That's true. Okay, you know what? Hey,
when he
was there you go. That's why we keep the chat involved in the process here. They keep this on a straight and narrow.
He kind of didn't shoot too well though, when you actually think about it.
He did after he sort of, the post nut clarity scene.
Wasn't he gangster? Didn't he go gangster a little bit sideways on it? You know,
he might have
gangster with the bow. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, we got everybody here. We got a bunch of people in the chat here. I think to start out with, we got a couple different things we can do. One, we can just keep asking about how people's week was. We can wish happy birthday to Gadfly Fiction, and you have to tell us, was your birthday Thursday?
No.
Oh man, because that would have been like the worst birthday present ever.
Yeah, that probably would have merited a pulling a matrim in the mirror.
3-day bender.
Gadfly didn't watch the show.
No.
Well, that's just sensible. And see, I told you guys he was the smartest white cloak.
Conscious is clear.
Yes, he is. I agree.
Seeing everybody's coverage of it though,
Yeah,
is
you're a
all you
conscientious
need.
objector.
When you watch Dane's recap, he's usually so depressed. It's like,
Oh
oh
man,
man, I need to, yeah.
Dane is he's gonna need some help at the end of this.
Yeah.
I've already moved on from it. I'm already doing other projects now.
Oh, you the man.
Which is I think the right way to do it. I actually thought of some stuff today for some book content, and had a couple things kind of in the shoot. I was doing the little like too bad didn't watch kind of breakdown videos, and I still kind of have one queued up to work on. But like, man, the show like just broke my spirit for the creative process on those. Like, it was so when the show started doing the like 1 minute segments or even less and like cut to different scenes back and forth, right? It made it so like my scene cuts were so numerous that I was having to like it was almost as long as the actual episode. And so I was like, well, do I just straight up cut scenes where nothing interesting happens, or do I like keep the narrative flow of the episode and I try and kind of come up with the sarcastic interpretation of what's happening in the scene, and it just got to the point where I spent like a day doing all of the screen caps and cutting it and like editing it out into a flow, and was ready to do the script writing process for it. And I just sat there and I was like, I just don't want to do this.
How did you do it before? How'd you do it before?
Basically that. So I took the whole episode, and I would go through and I'd break it down into scenes, and then I would try and kind of get an idea of what happened in that scene, and I would look for shots that gave different point of views for the scene. And then so I'd break it into that, and I'd have the screen caps for the images, and then I'd write a script to try and encapsulate what that scene was in like sometimes honestly like an improvement of the scene, I think. If I do say so myself. So yeah, it was a whole process. It took like 3 days to make each one of those, the first 2 videos, to be honest. Like, it was way more involved than I thought it was going to be. And facing that process for episode 3, I was just like, I think I need to take a couple weeks. I need to just need to take a break.
The other thing is with a lot of those cuts, it's like unessential stuff going on in between the cuts, and it's like, why are you bothering to show this? Like,
and that was the existential problem that I had, where I was like, I don't think this merits like having a scene. But I also, like, the way I was going through the first 2 episodes, I was trying to have it be like you could legitimately watch the video that I made, and you would not have missed any of the actual events of the episode.
The cuts of the show remind me of, don't remind me, but make me think of somebody trying to do like a Rashomon type thing, like in Snatch or Lock, Stock, and Smoking Barrels, where they do all these different cuts from all these different things, but they're all leading up to the exact same point in time when it's done well, right? But these people just,
damn it,
didn't have the ability to
so unprofessional
do well.
Sorry, Trip is paying more attention than I am. I logged in before and set the studio up, and then logged out, and apparently it defaulted. I gotta talk to Dane about what he's doing to these settings. No, I can't blame Dane. Dane is just a drunk. He's doing the best he can. I think you're right about the cuts, though. Here, we got a super chat from Danu. Thank you for $5. So, does this mean no Ruidian or Ruidan? I've heard people pronounce it that way as well. Seeing Matt Spear getting his memories from blowing the horn, also with him being a hero of the horn now. Let's go around the horn. We'll start with Nerdporial and go around. What do you think? You think? Actually, you know what? We can't ask you this question because you haven't read The Shadow Rising. Hey, take your headphones off. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this for like quick 30 seconds. Just mute yourself. Are you muted?
I can't hear you. Did you say something?
I don't trust him. He's not going to do it, guys. We're
Get
going
to the
spoil this
fires of
accidentally.
heaven, dude.
All
Got
right,
to
all
get
right,
through
all right.
Lord of Chaos.
Well,
All right,
I'm on chapter 6 here, and this is a drag right now. So I mean, sorry,
Dude.
Give us like we'll give you a thumbs up, and you can unmute.
Right,
We won't even
fine,
say mean
fine,
things about
fine,
you.
fine,
We won't
fine,
even say
fine,
mean things
fine,
about you.
He'll forget. He'll forget.
All right, Ozzy, Gadfly. Let's start with age before beauty. You guys can figure out which way that goes.
That's me. I'm oldest. So
what do
yeah.
you think? What do you think?
I think they just shortcut Matt. They're not going to show any of his arc, so why not just? I actually thought that scene. If I had to pick one scene in the show that I like the best, and that's like calling the white speck on top of chicken shit. It's chicken shit too. It's when Matt kind of cut loose with the big smile, and held up his stupid, goofy duct tape thing.
Yeah.
There's another brief glimpse of almost Matt-like behavior.
Yeah, I enjoyed that actual scene right up till when the horn disappeared up that gal's, derriere. But
yeah,
I think that's good enough for Matt. That's all. That's the best we can hope for from these jokers for Matt. So yeah, he's not going to get his. He's already got the spear that he made out of the dagger. He's already got his memories, so he's pretty much done. They don't even have to deal with him until ever. Maybe the end of Lord of Chaos type battle. He might do something again, form the Band of the Red Hand. But
yeah.
What
do you think of the pronunciation question? How do you say it?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Here's my problem. My brain works. I don't listen to these things on tape. I read them. And the way my brain works is I just recognize the pattern of the word and I don't try and pronounce this stuff. So then it's like, so Ruidian is how I always thought about it in my head. So I probably, pronounce it wrong. So
that's close to how I do it.
My nerd quotient isn't high enough to try and go figure out how to pronounce every word. It's just my brain says, okay, that's this word. I recognize it. It's all good. Like the dream world, Talonoroid.
Yeah.
Hemorrhoids, whatever we want to call it. I just see the word, and so I'm bad.
Right.
I'm not one to ask about pronunciation.
Gadfly, before we bring Nerdporial back in here, what do you think?
Well, I generally pronounce it Ruidian.
That's about how I do it, just with less flair,
but
less style.
But as for when I saw some of the stuff on the snippets and trailers and saw how they had made Tiralme into a desert, I thought they were incorporating Ruidian into that as well, and they pretty much did. Rand just hasn't gotten the dragons.
Yeah.
But let me ask you something. When Elaine healed him, was his little healing scar? Was that a dragon under the? Did anybody freeze frame that?
I didn't do that.
I think on his palm, yeah.
No, the palm was the heron,
yeah.
but
yeah.
It looked to me like they might have tried to put like a dragon where
I wouldn't be surprised if they made a dragon fang.
They made like a dragon
yeah.
spooty on his
maybe
wound.
Maybe we can get a freeze frame at some point here and look at
Yeah,
it. All right, I'll answer real quick and then we'll bring Brian back in. I think the answer is no. We're not going to see the twisted stone doorways. We're not going to see the fin of either variety. This is the Ashendari. We saw him getting hanged. We saw the Ashendari. We saw him getting his memories, even though they changed the origin of those memories and they made him a hero versus not being a bloody hero. So they changed a lot of his story to try and like leapfrog ahead. I think probably because they don't want to spend any time developing him next season because they are going to shove a whole lot of stuff into next season.
Well, I think they know they're done after season 3.
Potentially. I'm not sure that they've accepted it yet. But anyway, hey Brian, if you're in, you can come back and join us. we can see here. I'll leave a message.
He went on a whiskey run.
You might have. So we'll leave Brian
Yeah,
can come
so
back.
unfortunately, the stats, I haven't put them up on the Discord yet, but the stats have ticked up. So the general population likes it better than they used to. The 10s stole 0.1% from the ones. From
But
two to
what's
9 were the same, and the ones went down and the 10s went up.
What's the number of reviews though?
121,000.
Which is still not gaining a whole lot of
They
a
only
couple
gained,
thousand reviews a week.
I
right?
would say they gained about 16,000 for season 2 on top of season 1.
Yeah.
So they didn't pick up any new. I think it was pretty much the same.
Are these like audience reviews or are these critic
IMDb
Yeah.
reviews? So audience, people with IMDb reviewing.
I'm going to throw this out there and just say that I think a lot of the people who gave it, low reviews the first time around didn't come back for season 2. On top of that, while people want to allege review bombing, I mean, I've seen several people admit to going and like using multiple email accounts to leave multiple 10-star reviews on IMDb, multiple 5-star reviews on Rotten Tomatoes or Amazon, getting friends and family of theirs who like haven't even watched the show to like basically pestering them to like go review this show for 10 stars even though you haven't even seen it. So the idea that we're review bombing it, maybe there's still a small core of fans who didn't watch this season and went and gave it a 1-star review. But I think most of the people who gave it 1-star review probably watched at least a couple episodes and were like, nope, this is still shit, and left it. Whereas I think that there is a much larger number of the 10 of 10 reviews that are, bad faith reviews. Where like, let's be honest, a 1-star review is probably not fair. A 10-star review is also definitely not fair.
Do you think positive review bombing is more of a thing than negative review bombing?
I think so in this property at least, but
I think in general it's part of the culture now. Is people over, you don't get an honest take. It's not a freaking 10. I mean, even if you like it, it's not a freaking 10.
Yes.
Come on.
The thing that I find hilarious is I don't know whether it's more sad that people actually do go and make new accounts and leave 10-star reviews, or if they just say they do. I don't know which one is more sad than the other.
People are bored. People make shit up. People are bored. They have nothing to do, so they do shit like this. That's more common than you think.
I can also say, and this is anecdotal, so this is what it is. My encounters with people who said they left multiple reviews, anecdotal, but also the other side. I know Alex went and did this. I've known a couple of the people who went and looked at the reviews on IMDb that are, you can go and you can look,
paste and stuff. You
can sort by 10-star, you can sort by 1-star, and they were like, all the 1-star reviews or the majority of the 1-star reviews have comments that are like actually like someone took a little bit of time to say like why they don't like the show. Maybe it's not paragraphs and paragraphs, but like they wrote something, right? Whereas a lot of the 10-star reviews are literally either nothing or they are like cut and paste, like very generic, like basically nothing comments. And a lot, this is the step deeper that like I would have not thought to do, but people have gone through and like pulled up a bunch of 10-star reviews and clicked the account of the person who left it on the review sites where you can do this, and notice like this is the first review this account has ever given and no review subsequently. So it looks like someone used an email that they had from like 10 years ago that they just has as their spam email account. We all have those, right? So they used their spam email account, they made an IMDb account, they left a 10-star review, and they patted themselves back on the back for doing one for the team. Which
there's the theory that people are that they're done by bots or whatever,
and it's also noticeable, especially with reviewers too, like they use the same words, so you kind of wonder, like especially Rings of Power, they kept using the two words cautiously optimistic, all of them that went to Amazon, went to London to see the premiere and all that, and it's just like, are they coached to say these things? It's just
look at these fuckers. That's mean, Prophet.
That's rude. That's
cold and mean.
First of all, I left you a link, so why don't you join us so you can insult yourself?
Prophet, I don't know any Prophet.
Yeah, I don't know that guy. Yeah, I think that's all good stuff. Speaking of reviews having the same comments, you guys
subscribe to Prophet of the Dragon.
Nice merch.
Yeah, I'm a shell. I'm a shell. What can I say?
Yeah, you are. You guys want to talk about an
it.
article? This is the one that Tripp shared in the Discord. Did you guys see the comments that she left?
Nope.
Yeah, I played golf today, man. I didn't have time for it.
Okay.
A wise choice.
How many holes? How many holes?
All 18, baby.
All 18. Nice.
Where did
Got
the
an
third one
89.
Whoa.
Oh.
All right.
I'm like what's her face's Alana Warder,
Yeah.
you know,
fuck.
filling the holes. Filling in the holes, baby.
Yeah, just there you go. Hey, look at this guy. Hey, there he is.
I only got a sec. I'm supposed to be on TechMex tonight. I didn't know you guys were doing this.
It's just a little subscriber stream.
Are you blowing him off then? Is that what's going on,
just hanging
Steve?
out with the boys.
Well,
I don't know if
we're
I
Am I
don't know if I
blowing
can.
who off? Who am I blowing off?
Pounding
now?
the fuzzy
Why am I in
water.
trouble? I'm always in trouble for something.
I'm like, maybe I should rethink our relationship. Maybe you're
Yeah.
gonna blow me off one day.
Damn me for sleeping after
Don't-
working.
don't
say
12
he's
hour
gonna-
shifts, right?
Don't say
Somebody-
he's gonna blow you, Brian. That's
Yeah, somebody in the
this is
chat-
Not
my-
that there's anything wrong
there's
with that.
children watching this.
Somebody in the chat clip that comment. Nerdporial, maybe Steve will blow me someday. So,
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Whoa. We're buddies, but not that good.
Hopefully
Hey,
ADO's not watching.
Are you
guys
sure, Steve? Are you sure? I remember.
Wait, what the fuck?
Steve, have you seen this article? Have you seen this article,
Which article? I've had a bunch of stuff sent to me, but I've just got off my 12-hour overnight shift, so like I'm just like trying to come back to the world.
Steve? Okay.
How the Wheel of Time? Oh, fuck off! Which one? Which one are we talking about that they ruined?
We're gonna punish you just a little bit for that rude comment you left us, and before you get to go over to TechMex, which is a great channel. You guys, if you have not checked out TechMex and you're in the chat,
I'm gonna go over there and say, "Hey, look at all these fuckers."
Go find him.
That's
Subscribe
right,
to him.
exactly.
Great
See,
dude.
Ozzy's got it. See,
Yeah, they're all awesome.
You do, yeah.
Tech Max,
He's
Angry
a-
Mexa, Dave, Jared, all those guys are awesome.
That's
the
a fun
two
channel.
Jareds are all awesome.
Hey, there's the.
Oh, we're
whatever
talking
that is.
about the
Hey,
EDO.
that's the orange juice container of Valere.
The olive oil container of Valere, yeah.
Oh, olive oil.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Vinegar.
So this is
too.
the scene. This is the scene they're talking about.
What the hell were they thinking?
Exactly.
Why can't they just make a fucking? Sorry, I promise I'm not
hell
going
were
to
they
swear this
thinking?
time.
That
A
pretty much
horn.
wraps it up.
A horn.
Just a horn.
So some of the
horn.
the comments, right? They have things like this about how on paper the scene sings, but it has every reason to not work on screen. What?
It's like
this has
a
been done
template for
so many
putting it on
times.
screen.
They sit,
You just follow the text and you put it on screen.
no,
This has been done in a lot of different genres and movies before, like the heroes going and doing badass stuff. Yeah, that would be wild.
This is just the excuse train running
Yeah.
right now. Like that's I'm sure as soon as I pull up like tomorrow, if I feel like getting angry, pulling up articles, there's going to be a million of them going, this is why this scene didn't look like it did in the books. This is why this was done and not the right thing. This is why this looked goofy and why we couldn't do it the right way.
It's so funny too, because if they had just done faithful adaptations of the iconic scenes, and stuff in between could have been, fudged around a bit. If they had just stuck to those particular, really thematic, poignant moments, people would have been fine with it. I probably would have been like, yeah, it's all right, but it's not great.
If you gave me the meat of the series, you could have put a whole bunch of weird side dishes in there, and I probably would have not even fucking noticed it. Just give me the scenes I'm looking for. Let my three characters be the three characters that they're supposed to be, and then all your nonsense that you've decided to put on the side, I might let you get away with some of it.
Yeah. So here's the line that I wanted to kind of go to first here. So it says that they couldn't figure out how to make the horn because they were going with traditional horns, couldn't think of something. And at one point they showed it to Rafe, and Rafe was like, hey, this horn is from the Age of Legends, so it doesn't need to look traditional. First of all, two problems with that. Again, it's a thing that's described in relatively precise detail in the books, and it always raises that question of. And for those of you who have watched the Sword and the Pen Reflections channel or many other channels, our channel as well, in our Discord, we've talked about this. If you're going to change a specific thing from the books, it should serve a purpose. If you're just changing to change a thing, that's just irreverent to the source material for no ultimate end. And a lot of times it bites in the ass. It bit him in the ass with the sword. We'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
Well,
But with the horn here.
Can I ask, is the Ashendari from the Age of Legends 2? Is that how they explain it being a bedpost and a fucked up knife?
I think that's in the article. The other thing I was going to make is just pull the panel here, pull the chat. Is the Horn of Valir from the Age of Legends? And should the show lore expert know the answer to this question?
It's not, is it?
1, no. 2, yes.
I love it. I love it.
How
we're right on course
Legends
here.
If it's calling it whatever. Jesus.
It predates the Age of Legends.
Yes.
It's from the First Age, which a lot of people kind of theorize the First Age might be potentially our age, the age that we're sort of in right now, since Robert Jordan wrote the world that way, right? We don't have to be the First Age, but we might be the First Age. Commonly theorized, right? The stories that predate the Age of Legend allude to.
I don't like that. I'm not sure I like that. I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna have to boot Nerdporial real quick.
I don't know. I don't know. The post-apocalyptic thing in fantasy.
Pips, we're allowed dissent here, you know.
Well,
this whole scene is.
It's the future past. So it's not just the future. It's also the past. So you can think of it as we are in the future of this story. So it's
a Mobius strip.
History.
It's not a wheel. It's a Mobius strip.
I'm a bigger fan of the alternate, like a completely alternate world.
So I guess you can say you're a bigger fan of that as a genre, but do you acknowledge that the world that Robert Jordan wrote is in our same timeline? Do you acknowledge that as like that's the world that he wrote, or did you not catch that in your reading of?
I didn't catch that at all.
Okay.
It's to me it's just another world. So you're saying this is our world.
Yeah.
And like kind of like Shannara. I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan of that. No, not a fan of that.
Well, it is the way that he wrote it, I suppose. So
it's just I don't know.
You know what? I'm
never say that we're an echo chamber. 27 people in the chat witnessing that we have a dark fan Nerdporial in the panel.
Well,
ouch.
I'll be honest. I'm not as. I mean,
he already said he moved on.
So,
yeah.
Look at this thing in his fucking hand here.
Yeah.
That like, who in their right mind? Like, even if you're coming up with a different horn than just, I don't know, a trumpet or a French horn with some engravings on it, which is all you needed to do. How do you come up with that thing?
Well, that shot's a thing you sit on when you have hemorrhoids.
Well, I mean, right, exactly. Well, that's why she puts it up her butt, right, Ozzy? I mean, exactly. Is that why she puts it up her butt?
It's a hemorrhoid mitigation device.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's how you hide it.
We'll let Nerdporial get through the Shadow Rising.
Blow it with farts when they need to blow it again? Does that mean so does that mean the Horn of Valir is gone now? She just took it?
I'm a stable blow. It's in the books. It's a constant thing. There's no way to define how you're going to make it as a triangle or whatever, and how the heroes get tied to it. So it has to be from outside the. One would argue the creator made it or something, right?
I just want to know if that was a one-off because it's gone now.
So
it's literally gone.
That is the implication. What I would honestly imagine, and you guys you're probably gonna. I hope that you agree with this because I think it just makes the most sense. Right now, it's a one-off and it's gone.
Well,
if we're unfortunate,
will make another one.
Yeah, if we're unfortunate enough to see that long in the series, it will just appear again, and they'll never acknowledge that it was teleported into the ether worlds during this scene.
It'll just be back in the box, and Loyal.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll come out of the bag of holding.
It's like, what do you mean you blew it? It was in here the whole time. I don't know what you're talking
That will
about.
be Loyal's purpose for the entirety of the show, is just being the guy who carries the Horn of Valere around.
The bag of holding.
He's not trying to, record the history of his dear friend who's going to be the savior of the world. He's not trying to, experience the world and avoid certain other things that I won't want to get into for Brian.
Yeah.
He's just there to carry around a fancy box.
Cut it open with a lightsaber.
Lady Balefire is saying that she's got to go live with Tex-Mex, which I guess maybe Steve. What time are they starting? Here at 9 or?
Well, I like they're starting now, but like I don't know if they're starting with Star Wars stuff because I have no business doing Star Wars stuff. So I'm gonna.
Okay.
I need to go over there though probably because.
All right. Well, if you got to go
drop some prophet love. Spread the prophet love around.
Yeah, if you guys are still going after.
This is just honestly, we're just hanging out. We're gonna talk a little bit about the channel. I got some stuff I want to talk to these gentlemen of say to community of fellow white cloaks and stuff. But it's all just chill. So if you go over there and they're just talking Star Wars, you want to come back, like
I
do
it's one of those things. Like, because I have no idea what the hell's going on with Star Wars, so
yeah,
I haven't even watched past episode.
I have
5,
a feeling that I'll monopolize very little because I'm sure.
Yeah,
Ryan, that's a genius call, by the way.
There's so much.
The Ryan Johnson movie was just destructive.
Oh God,
yeah.
There's so much to say about. There's so much to say about this episode and this now series as a whole. After this, just completely mishandling and debacle of a second season. So, there's going to be lots. I mean, I got a few ideas of some things to do too, just because I don't know. I think a lot of people have a lot of things to say and not a lot of places to say them at. So
hey, I got one thing before you go. I'm going to ask you a question. Did you see any of the stuff on Twitter about who is Guidal Kane?
I didn't see it, but they're alluding to Uno's Guidal Kane, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Why? Why?
He's not that ugly.
But it's not even that. Why is he Guidal Kane? It makes no sense.
They couldn't afford a 15th hero of the Horn.
No, see, this is okay. This is okay. Okay, you had to. This is where this shit just starts. This is where the problem is with the Wheel of Time fandom as a fucking whole. We all and even us, all season, all of us were like, oh, is that going to be Flicker? Is this Flicker? Is that Flicker? Are we going to hit? No, because they don't know what the fuck that means. They don't know what a portal stone is. They don't know who Guidal Kane is. They have no idea who Guidal Kane is.
I don't know who Guidal Kane is.
You saying that Uno is Guidal Kane? You're 15 miles ahead of anybody on the show because they don't even know who Brigitte is. They know Brigitte. There's a girl with a bow. That's because guess what? There's a guy with a bow next to freaking Arthur Hockening. I mean, yeah, I said Hockening because that's how they fucked it up. I know they got it right in the credits, but they said Arthur Hockening. They don't know who any of them are.
In the X-ray content, that was a
she
great
put the
call.
horn up her asshole. They don't know who Guidal Kane is. They don't know what Flicker is. They don't know what they don't even know what the Dragon Banner is. The Dragon Banner to them is a fire dragon that was conjured by the Fire Dragon Weave. Who taught her the Fire Dragon Weave? Just don't think about it.
Don't think about it.
How does she even know what a dragon is?
How does she know
a fire dragon?
What Ice Sedai taught her how to make cruise missiles that go underwater? Like, who taught her that weave? Just don't think about it. It's like they don't know who Guidal Kane is. Give me a break,
magic, Steve. Come on, it's magic.
Hey, I just want to hang. Just one little thing. When you say they don't know who Brigitte is, I mean they are very familiar with the Katniss Everdeen Wheel of Time crossover, and they are very. You got PETA,
starring
and you got the other guy, and they and one of them is Geidel Kane, and they're not sure which one yet, but they'll figure it out by season 3. Damn it! And you're gonna find out.
They sure as hell got freaking Poseidon in there though, because they know who that is. I mean, like,
well,
it's like
that's one of those things that irked me too when I saw those images, because they're clearly trying to set up the Heroes of the Horn as if they are like
the Avatar. It's like, are we in the fucking Avatar state? And where's freaking goddamn? Where's Avatar Roku in freaking? Where's the Earthbenders? Where, like, what the fuck? Like, that's what they're supposed to be.
They're styling the Heroes of the Horn as if they are like mythical deities. Whereas you look through the stories that Tom tells of the Heroes of the Horn, and they are almost all Arthurian legends.
Yep.
So like, why do you have like a Japanese
and the wheel spins them out constantly?
And
because it's another turning of the wheel, Gadfly. Jeez.
So to wrap it up, sure. I'm sure they're calling him Geidel Kane because they need something to latch onto because this show is garbage.
Who's Geidel Kane?
They need to freaking make up these BS.
Brigida's love interest.
They make you haven't met Geidel yet, so you would.
Well, he has.
They're born constantly, right?
Sort of. There's a little bit of back and forth, but not enough.
They're spun out of the wheel in multiple times in the same age, I think, for Brigida.
Well, they are. She's spun out first. He's
spun out. Usually. Yeah, and he follows.
He's spun out first. She follows.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
I know. Well, that's why she's concerned because he was still he wasn't spun out when. Okay, I don't want to ruin it, but sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
That's way down the road.
Yeah. But so you have a little. Oh yeah, that what is that thing? That doesn't look like the gold lump of shit. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That was a technical difficulty. For a second, I thought that we were talking about
literally
the Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan, and I forgot.
My smashed French horn that I made for my joke with the Zelda opening the box music, like for my short, looked better than their freaking horn. It's crazy. And yes, I do believe 100% that they're calling Uno Geidel Kane. Why? Because they know the show's shit. They have to try and make it in their mind that these showrunners actually care about the content. So they're like, oh, well, maybe. So they're making this shit up because they want to believe in their brains that they actually care and know the material when they don't. And
I just want to interject here, though, because this is an example of them actually knowing some of the material, but getting it so wrong. Because they give Uno 2 swords. And that's Geidel Kane's signature thing. But they mess it up, right? So they know.
No, he has 2 swords because he had to give Perrin his. Like, I'm with you. I'm sorry, Gadfly. I get what you're saying. The 2 swords have nothing to do with Geidel Kane. They have to do with, here's a shield. Now I need 2 hands to have stuff.
Yeah,
that's
but he had a different weapon in his other hand, right? So my point being is they know enough to throw out these stupid little Easter egg snippet thingies.
So, Steve, I have a question for you.
My argument is
I think your reaction here is: are you aware that the source of its Geidel Kane is not just Twitter theorizing? I think it's actually a comment by Rafe saying some people were like, "Why is Uno a hero?" But book readers will recognize the importance of his 2 swords. Like, that was a comment from, I believe, Rafe.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes.
So it's coming from him. Okay, I apologize, Gadfly. He's a bigger moron than
forget that Uno's a big wheel in the last.
Well, how does that make sense?
Yeah, so now Uno.
So wait. So Geidel was spun out and now has died so early that Brigida never got spun out.
He was spun out like 40 years before Brigida, which would have made that relationship very awkward.
Yes.
So
like it's actually
Brigida just has to wait in line again.
Yeah.
Great job. Well done.
In the books, he has some of the funniest stuff. I mean, when he's trying not to swear around Elaine, it's just freaking hilarious. And she's trying to learn.
Was a great character.
She's trying to learn all the swear words without people noticing.
It's awesome. I'm sorry, Tech-Mex. I'll be over in a minute. But so now it just gets even worse. So now they purposely killed Uno, who doesn't die in the books, to make him Geidel Kane?
Yes.
What are you thinking? Just have a Geidel Kane. You don't
And
need.
the
You
Nuno.
don't need to just have Gato Kane. Just have a hire Peter Dinklage, put him on a few stilts,
But
and call him Gato Kane.
we
That's
have to
it.
we have to be fair here, though. The lowballed estimate budget of $80 million for this season just clearly wasn't enough.
You can't
They
pay
spent
the
it all on
actors.
fire dragons and
Yeah.
cruise missiles.
Yeah, they had $80 million, and then the Fire Nation attacked.
Avatar Roku's going to show up, and the Kyoshi Warriors are going to jump out, and it's going to be Avatar.
I will say the thing that is funny about the like last minute release from I believe it was from Rafe. It was from someone associated with the show. I saw a retweet comment thread about it. So the last minute, like, oh, he has two swords. Like, we read the books. Except when he was alive, you noticed that he had like a weird pickaxe thing. It was like a stick with a fist and a spike sticking, like a very distinctive weapon. So it would be like if they had Brigitte and she was carrying a crossbow the entire episode, and then she died, and they're like, "See, it's Brigitte." Like, why didn't she have a bow the whole time? Then you idiot.
Or having Brigitte show up and not looking beautiful or like a Valkyrie or silver bow or anything like that makes her look unique. Let's make all the heroes of legend look like bums. Let's all make it look like they freaking are in rags and are like and haven't washed since they've been dead. Like
poor cosplayers.
It's like these are supposed to be they should look like the badasses of bad. Give you know what? This is where you go ham. Give Arthur Hawkwing a fucking shard blade 8 foot long and be like, holy shit! Like that's where you go, right? I mean,
I actually agree with you.
That's where you go. These are literally ghosts that are here to fight for you, like Lord of the Rings, right? Yeah. You want to separate yourself from Lord of the Rings here? You give each of these characters something, even if you want to give the guy a pitchfork and make him Poseidon.
They clearly have
a giant pitchfork. Go lean into that shit. That guy looked like a bum.
They clearly have powers as well when they get brought in, because Brigitte's arrows start things start burning things.
Start the whole thing off. Arthur Hawkwing steps in front of Matt, says, "Step aside," takes his sword and goes wham, and just takes out a row of Shan-Chan, and he's like, "Follow me, dude." Like, I don't think that's good, but it's better. I mean,
I agree with you. I think that it's weird that they did the season 1 episode 8 cold open, like showing the futuristic Age of Legends, and then they didn't try and do something similar. Like they make these dudes with a freaking pitchfork and a bow and stuff like that. They should have had Brigitte like holding a bow, and then like it should have like in the books where it's like a laser beam comes out of it, sinks a ship in a single shot.
Which one was Brigitte? Which one was Brigitte?
The ugly girl with the braid.
Yeah, the one that looks like the closest person they could find that looks like Gwendolyn Christie.
Was it the Asian? I mean, because I know there was an
Asian one.
No,
it was the white girl
blonde
on the right.
The Asian one's different.
No, look, like they missed the whole point. These are characters that live in a dream world. That's where they live. So they should have dreamlike things, like a giant fucking sword or 2 giant swords and a freaking crazy looking helmet or something. Whatever they can imagine they want to wear as armor and weapons, they should have it. No matter that's where the stuff doesn't have to make sense, because it's from a dream world.
There's a David Gemmell book, Echoes of the Great Song, where one of the weapons, the traditional weapons of the sort of main group of people, is called a Ji bow, and it's literally that. It's a bow that you can fire laser beams from, and you can dial up and dial down the power of the shots, right? And there are other fantastical, like futuristic fantasy weapons that are described in there, and you could have done that if they're supposed to be, from the Age of Legends.
I think it was somebody said when she shows up in the Great Hunt, being called Brigitte shows up with the shock lance.
No, she shows up. She has a bow, she's observed as shooting the bow, and it shoots like a silver like line that hits a Shan-Chan ship. The Shan-Chan ship bursts into flame and
Right.
kind of ends up sinking in the harbor, right?
And they're running.
Why do that?
Waves as well.
Why have the heroes take out the boats? Because we
Yeah.
have to have Moraine, do cruise missiles.
I agree with that point. I think the idea of like introducing some of the fantastic elements is they definitely missed that. I mean, we talked about this in the stream where they did like the blur motion fighting, which was super dumb.
I need to get over there, but there only one hero left the bridge, and that was Uno to give Perrin a shield to MacGuffin it up at the stairs. How did he get up the stairs through all the fighting? I don't know, but he managed. Like, wasn't the whole point of that supposed to be the Shan-Chan were blocking access to the tower? Well, how the hell did Perrin get up the tower? How the hell did Nynaeve and Elaine get up the tower? There's a big-ass melee going on between 30 guys and 10 ghosts. Like, and the only guy to leave the tower to do anything is Uno to hit Dane in the face and give Perrin a shield. Like, are you really? That's what you do? Like, it's just a complete lack of imagination.
I thought some guys smoked down the side, but maybe that was just
it
Uno.
was just Uno. Uno's the only one that left the rampart.
Yep.
Which I want to point out again is a 18th century construction.
We don't. It's one of the hugest problems. We don't think about things. Matt's running down there to try and get to the tower to get Rand the Horn. Why? How does he know Rand's up there? How do we know Egwene's up there? How did the Shan-Chan? Why are the Shan-Chan blocking the tower?
Know Egwene's up
Why
there.
are there no Damani everywhere?
They had her on the
wheel
rampart,
weaves
so
as the wheel wills. Jeez,
but then they get there and he blows the horn to fight the Shan-Chan because they got to get through him to get to the tower. Well, apparently not, because Uno jumps off the tower to give Perrin a shield so he can go up the tower to save Rand and Egwene, because Rand, of course, is still on his knees or laying down taking a break, which is his normal state. Then, of course, Elaine and Nynaeve are able to limp after Nynaeve destroys her leg and she'll never walk right again. Nynaeve is able to carry her to the top of the tower. Are we to believe they walked through the battle to get to the top of the tower? Don't think about it. Like, it's like
goes
like,
perfect with Death Knight's comment here about how like there's no explanation for anything that happens from scene to scene. Like whatever happens, there is no precedent. There's nothing that precedes it that logically connects it with the future, with the past scene or the next scene. Like they are just showing you like, and then we filmed a scene, and then like and now we filmed a new scene. It's like, well, how did the people get from here to here?
That's what they do from episode to episode as well.
Yes,
so it's like
they do.
How long are you in town, Pips? Before you got to go again.
I might be able to stream this week, but then
I'll send you a chat or something because it would be cool because there's so much to talk about. There's so much to talk about. There's so much. I'd definitely get on with you if I get the chance. We'll talk. I mean, if you guys are still going, like I said, there's a ton to talk about. I could talk all freaking night. So
Pips has to lift some ammo cans. So
sweet.
I do.
Is that a dragon banner? That's pretty close to the closest thing I've seen to a dragon banner there, Ozzy. It's we could probably put that on the show and call it a dragon banner.
I do have the knife here with the ruby on.
Hell yeah, dude. Somebody make me a dragon banner. I'll pay you for it. All right. I'll check back if you guys are around. I'll be back. Hey guys, go hop over to Tex-Mex, say "All hail the Lord Dragon," show him some love. You can come back here after.
Yeah, do go check him out. Honestly, guys, like this is a chill stream. We're just kind of bullshitting talking. If you guys want to hang out with us, like we will absolutely, we'll take your guys' comments and continue shooting the shit. But Tex-Mex is awesome. He's probably covering what Ahsoka
first. I think
the Wheel of Time, obviously, a couple other things. He's got a great panel. If you've never checked out his channel and you don't know who he is or whatever, like go check him out, subscribe, leave a comment, and just check his stuff out. He's
over there.
A lot of his stuff as well is going over good things too. Like
he's a great editor.
He
is. Yeah,
we went through.
I'm not trying to kill your stream.
To Terry Pratchett.
Two windows, guys. Two window it. Give him all hail the Lord Dragon. I'll be over there in a second.
Definitely go over there. Sorry.
I gotta go over there. So love you
Walk
guys.
in the light,
We'll
Prophet.
talk soon. I'll check back, see if you guys are still around. Nerporio, thanks for the shirt, buddy. I love you.
Nerdporio, read The Shadow Rising.
Yeah, get read, buddy. What's your problem? All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys a little bit.
Yep.
See you, brother.
But yeah, the couple times I went on Tech Mex's stream, I swear to God, I grew like 2 inches. I got taller. I became bigger as a man. So definitely go over to Tex Mex.
Dude,
Hit the like
are we
button.
Still doing phrasing? You're like, I got 2 inches bigger. I grew bigger as a man. Like, what are you talking about over there, man?
I'm just saying I grew as a content creator, and I don't know, I built some great relationships with them thanks to the White Cloak. So you guys are the reason. I mean, yeah, it's all about what do you call where you what do you call where you build relationships? I forget what you call it. Networking. There you go. That's the word. So yeah,
eating Tex-Mex food.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice job, Jonathan.
That sounds good, John. We were talking before the stream, so I made myself some leftover Szechuan peppercorn beef for dinner tonight. After I made 24 schnitzel, as well as some spätzle, a Jaeger sauce, a German.
What's a Jaeger sauce? What is that? What's
Jaeger
that
sauce
base?
is the greatest thing of all time.
It's a brown sauce. What is it?
So here's the way that I make it, and I'm sure that it's basically a gravy with some things that typically go into it, and so like there's lots and lots of recipes. The way that I've always made it is I start with my kind of Dutch oven or like a large crock, like a big cast iron kind of pan, and I basically take like a pound of bacon. And I dice it into pieces. I cook it all in there, right? And then I take the bacon off. I leave all the grease. And then I saute mushrooms in with the grease. And then I take the mushrooms out. I use some lemon juice to deglaze the pan. And then I add a whole bunch of butter. And I add some flour. And I make myself a brown butter roux. And then
my arteries are hardening right as you're talking.
Yeah, there you go. And then I add heavy whipping cream and a beef bone stock to give it volume, and then I put the mushrooms and the bacon back in.
You make it
basically it's a very hearty brown gravy with mushrooms. The best ones, chanterelles, if you can find them. That's the perfect mushroom.
Do you make your own stock?
I do, but not typically beef stock. So I make a chicken bone stock, and sometimes a turkey stock and other stuff like that. I typically don't buy beef with the bone in, and if you don't have the beef bones, like you can't really make a beef stock unless you're.
Once a year, we order a half a cow and get a bunch of soup bones, and that's the best thing to. That soup that you make with
I totally agree.
Beef stock. So good.
Yeah, especially if you make yourself a good beef demi-glaze, or demi-glace, some people call it. I grew up on a ranch. We used to have cattle for beef, not a whole ton, like mostly horses, but we had a few head of cattle that we used for ourselves, and we'd give half a cow to friends and stuff like that. We'd split it with them and stuff like that. And yeah, you get some of those big marrow-filled beef bones, and you can do some stuff. Jonathan, thank you. I can throw down in the kitchen a little bit. My mother made sure that she said that every man needs to know how to cook, and she is an excellent cook. I was very lucky. She grew up in Rome and attended some pretty fancy cooking schools herself growing up. And is an amazing cook, and she's German heritage. My family's from Germany on one half of it, and is just amazing cook. So I learned a lot of recipes from her, and got the passion to cook. So I don't know, any of you guys big cooking fans?
Oh yeah, I watch cooking shows all the time. When after my dad passed away, I kind of took over the reins of cooking all the holiday meals, and I don't know. It's fun to learn how to cook new things, and YouTube is really helpful in learning some techniques and all that. So I can never make Kraft macaroni and cheese anymore, I always have to make my own. I always buy the most expensive cheeses to do that. And when I was at Profits, I was actually doing some of the cooking there. So, because we're not going to, he's got kids and we're not going to spend all that money going out all the time.
I'm good at eating, so I'm sticking with that. So,
you'll be surprised. Like cooking is like if I'm focused on just like cutting like celery or cutting onions, it's like it's a beautiful thing. Like it's a very peaceful thing. You're just going from one step to another, to another, to another, to another, and then you get the payoff.
It's also
at the end.
It's also a great creative endeavor as well, because you can, you follow the recipe the first couple times you do something, but then you start changing it up. I always tell my male students, if you want success romantically, learn how to groom yourself, learn how to cook, learn how to dance. You do those three things and you'll be fine.
Score!
Hey,
my wife's an excellent cook, so I just as a testament by this lump of body.
Let's answer this. I would say absolutely not. The books are not an incoherent mess. The books actually, I think that the Wheel of Time, I will say, and I think most of us would agree with this, there are things that are right on the line between sort of retcons or things that like get expanded to a point where they take on like a little bit of a different function or meaning, but don't necessarily directly conflict with what happened before. It's like Moraine's staff is an example, right? It's consistent from the beginning that the staff doesn't do anything. It's just a focus for the power, right? It's not making her stronger.
Like her stone on
she
her
makes
head.
that point very clear, times, right?
But it still is a thing that we never really see again, right? And so like some people consider that a retcon. I think it's just like, he was trying out with how he stylistically
explored it later, right? With the Aes Sedai being able to determine who taught them how to weave based off of their gestures and stuff.
Right. She talked about how the stone on her forehead helped her focus to do the listening trick.
Yep.
And so she kept that because she had taught herself that before she went to the tower. And so she still had to do it that way. Yeah.
We are in agreement then. Yeah. So I don't think it's inconsistent. I think it's actually, if you look at the totality of the 12 books that Robert Jordan wrote, and even the 3 that Sanderson wrote, although I personally think the 3 that Sanderson wrote don't jive with the 12 that Robert Jordan wrote in some lesser and some more important ways. But the totality of the work is actually one of the largest,
it's incredibly internally consistent
fiction efforts that I think has ever been done.
Yeah, I mean, if you took a piece of graph paper and you started drawing lines to all the points that Robert Jordan makes, that you would have this giant thing all over your wall with lines going everywhere that all make sense. I mean, the thought and deep thinking and intelligence that went into it is, which is why the show's such a desecration. So
indeed,
I like Alex's point of, the number 3 selling of all time used to be number 2 before a Game of Thrones book, TV show. And it's just not treated with the reverence it should be.
It's not getting to number 2 again with this show.
No. I agree. Maybe the graphic novel will throw some recurrence. They're making the new graphic novel. It's expanding it into the Great Hunt. It looks like potentially will be a decent effort. So I'm interested in how that develops.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
Do you guys? Oh, who's doing the graphic novel?
Not Chuck Dixon, right?
No, it's not Chuck Dixon. I'm not sure the company. I've seen the name and I forget it now. It comes out, I think, like next month, the first couple editions, but
November.
There's some of the stuff I've seen looks good. Some seems a bit iffy, and so I'm hesitant but optimistic, but also with my natural pessimistic nature.
They got some of the details.
I'm not expecting anything.
Yeah. Do you guys hear a fist pounding and a screaming in the background? Like we were talking about cooking. There's a disturbance in the force.
Something in the kitchen, maybe?
Because Trip is here. Trip, I wasn't ignoring you. I was waiting for a natural break in the conversation to do that excellent and professional YouTubing segue that I just did for you there. So there's no need to send all these private messages that I haven't read because I saw you on the side and I knew that you were shouting at me.
I wasn't.
Let's see. It says Pips is just mean. knock, knock, knock. There's a FU Pips.
You keep on knocking,
There
but you
is
can't come in.
not, you liar. You sit
you
on
can't
a
prove that.
road of lies.
Cheech and Chong.
I don't know.
All right,
I find it
how are you,
believable.
Trip? How are you, Trip?
Okay, I am here as Steve's female alt. How is that?
Okay.
Scary.
All right. So you're here to say that Uno is not Geidel Kane.
No.
And you're sort of an authority on that subject. I think we can potentially say, right?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, actually,
You heard it here
no,
first.
he's
She likes
not.
ugly men.
I do. I like and hate all men, as you all well know.
No, specifically, you
I
like ugly men, though, is what we just learned.
Well, ugly men are included in all men. Hello.
I was just trying to figure out because it would explain why you dislike me so much because you like ugly men.
Oh, I would. How right? I was just gonna say everybody knows I like you
That's why
for
she likes
some
me. Yeah.
stupid reason. I
You
have
didn't
an
get your joke
answer.
in before I got mine in. Nailed it.
I have an answer for Brian. The graphic novels or comics, quote unquote, are by Third Eye.
Cool.
Okay. I know
And
they are,
actually, estimated release date November 15th of this year.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew it was coming out. It was coming out next month. So I actually need to go find a pre-order link or something like that to get some of those. So thank you for the reminder. Actually,
Well, I have the link for. I think this is this is issue 01.
Nice.
I don't know if you want me to share it in the Discord or in private, and you can pull it up. I didn't know if you wanted to.
Well, you can share your screen if you have it, and then I can pull it up if we get an opportunity.
Yeah, put it in the Discord at some point.
But yeah, definitely do that.
So Pips,
whenever I put a link in Discord, it's not the way it should be. So I am just going to put it in private, and then you can share it, Pips.
All right, she's trying to make me work, guys.
Yeah.
Gosh,
what's the Pips? What's the announcement? Because I probably ought to go soon. It's West Coast at 6:30 here, dinner time.
Oh, okay. Well, give me 1 second. We're gonna bring in LPK, who's waiting patiently in the background. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
so thanks for joining us as well. All right, Ozzy's leaving. So you guys are gonna
not quite
hear
yet, but I want to hear that.
Soon. Yeah. So you guys are gonna hear it here first. I hadn't been kind of telling anybody because progressing all that stuff, but we're officially entering the third trimester, and it's gonna be a Pips Junior is the first
Colt.
our first child. So yeah, my wife and I are expecting a boy.
Congratulations.
Congrats,
I mean, she, I think, is supposed to be more excited about this than me. I told her in advance, I was like, she wants lots of kids. And I was like, you better hope one of the first two is a boy then. Because if we get 2 girls in a row, we're stopping at 2. I know guys who have 3 daughters and they are crushed. Like their soul is destroyed. Everything that made them a man, like their nails are always painted. They're, like, I'm not doing it. I draw a line in the sand. Hey, you guys are friends,
awesome.
family. I would consider, you guys who have been with us in the Discord and all the way back to Reddit. We've had some good friendships. Nerd Portal's even come over to my house. So there you guys go. One of the reasons that I've been a little bit less involved with some of the video things and stuff like that.
Take care of her, man. It's a gem.
But yeah,
till they're 12 or 13, and then you just want them to be 23. So
okay,
I have a 12-year-old.
I want to say congratulations to Pips and Mrs. Pips, and also say, God help us. God help us all.
And then there were 2. That'd be so good.
And just remind you that I have a special wish for when you have a daughter, that she channels me.
First of all, why? I thought we were friends. You said we were friends.
Well, there's going to be an operation now to guarantee that never happens, right?
That's true. The world can survive potentially 2 Pipses. The world cannot survive 2 trips. That's it's just
No, but it's fantastic. I am so happy for you guys.
Yep, it was long a long road for a lot of things. Some of you guys who we've been friends for a longer time. Health things and all sorts of other kind of stuff that I won't go into kind of super wide. But
don't do it on the internet, bro.
Definitely a blessing, and we're really happy to have this life change coming at us.
And when the baby is born, we want a picture just of the baby,
Putting pictures of your baby online is weird.
We'll put it in the members thing. There's not that many of us there, so
okay. All right, guys. We need a show of hands.
It would
Everyone
be you and about 500 million other women every single day putting babies on the internet.
This will be a little Pips, though.
I just when you have a show of hands, everyone who's seen Sound of Fury, should I be concerned about Tripp's request here? What do we?
No,
LPK will make a pretty good meme if you put a picture of him up on there.
And not only that, you have to put glasses on them.
Oh, okay. Now I might have to do it. I might have to get some baby sunglasses.
Sure. That's actually going to come out with sunglasses, right?
I mean, potentially. I always wear my sunglasses at night, so maybe he's in there. It's in the dark. He's just chilling, looking awesome.
Because when you're cool, the sun shines on you 24 hours a day.
That's true. So, he's going to come out walking in the light for sure, guys. So I think the shades might be there. We'll see.
What if he doesn't like the Wheel of Time?
You know what? I said I was going to kick you out before. Don't.
I'm kidding. I'm sure I like it.
Well, my daughter turns 25 on Saturday. She was just here today to visit with her. They went to get pedicures while I was golfing, and we're all going down to Arizona for her birthday. She's bringing a bunch of friends. So if we stream next weekend, I'll be streaming from there.
Is that a good trip from the northwest to the southwest? A little more sun.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Gonna be down there for 3 weeks for the ASU Cougar game, which is in 2 weeks from now. So
you were telling us about the Cougs apparently having a rough schedule.
Yeah, we had a rough week yesterday, rough day yesterday. Freaking FUCLA, Chip Kelly. Lost by 8.
Can't win them all.
Only 4-1 now. So
all right.
Yep. Anyhow, enough football time. I won't.
Do you have to go real quick?
Yeah, I gotta run because the wife is probably wondering where I am. So,
all right. Well, hey,
we're gonna have dinner, and you guys have a great stream.
One thing I did want to say, because you're I think the White Cloaks sort of like the team dad. I like to think you've had some real wisdom drops. I think in some conversations we've had. So if you think about it and you have any advice, hey, send me a message. I'm always impressed by the thought that you put into some of the things that you've shared about things that you shared with your kids and
when
stuff
they go
like
off
that.
to college. Yeah.
So always happy to learn a little bit from Papa Azimoto. So
yeah, appreciate it, Pips. All right, guys, have a good rest of the stream. Good talking to you, Trim.
Yeah. Enjoy your dinner,
Cheers.
Chicago, have a good one. LPK.
Peace.
All right. So LPK, as the one who just joined here, you were kind of with us while we were talking through some stuff, but we didn't get a chance to ask you. I guess what your week was like. You've seen episode 8, right?
At this point, I've seen 90% of it. The only thing I haven't seen is the cold open.
You still haven't seen the cold open. That was what I was getting to, because I know last time you said you hadn't seen it.
This show is so painful to watch. It's just such.
How do you keep missing the first part, though?
I don't want to say. I don't want to tell Alexa. I mean, Alexa's in the room with me. She's listening. So if I tell her to start the show, she's going to start the show up. So I'm afraid to even say the words. It's like saying like Candyman. Be like, all of a sudden the show appears and starts,
the show is coming from
if
inside.
I were to go, Alexa, play.
No, she can't hear you from inside my head.
He's like, I got protection on. Screw you, man. You can't get me.
Happy birthday,
You know,
by the way.
LPK is really Benjamin Button. He lives life backwards. We just didn't know it.
That is, yeah.
You should see my other side. Exactly. It's
all right, so you haven't seen the cold open. What LPK's hot off the presses, most spicy take? What's the one thing you need to say about this episode?
The brutal axe murder of Jeff from Bornholm.
Yes.
When Perrin is just laying into him like he's splitting a log. Like he's not going to be satisfied with just death. He wants nothing left of that corpse. Absolutely just blood and pulp into the dirt. He wants to water a generation of bloody fruit trees.
It's another complete character assassination as well, because Perrin, instead of in the books where he instinctively goes out to attack the White Cloaks to protect his friends and stuff, he takes time to think about it.
It's not quite premeditated
on
murder one,
right?
Like I look at it like I don't think it's premeditated first degree homicide. It is textbook murder two, though, right?
Oh,
like
yeah, second degree murder.
It was a crime of passion, but still very much murder. Like and you know what? It's even worse when you kind of like notice the bad filming technique, because he runs out of the room where he was fighting Valda, and the axe is on the floor, right? And he like leaves the room, and then you see him come out of the building and he has the axe. So in the actual world of the show, he ran out of the room, saw Bornhold, ran back inside the room, grabbed the axe, came out and murdered him. Like
He didn't stop to Google, is it self-defense to chop somebody up with an axe 50 times? He didn't Google that, so it's not first degree murder.
For sure. There is definitely something to be said for like the state of self-defense law in the sort of wetlands right now. How Perrin is going to argue his case with Morghese is going to be a real He's like, and then at that point, because this dog that I knew for 2 days got killed because he was attacking a person, and I just couldn't handle that. So I went and just murdered this guy in front of his son.
Attacking this person who was in the process of liberating a city that had been conquered and enslaved.
Yeah. And a real gentleman. Real gentleman from everything we've seen. He was an upstanding member of the community. He was coming. Falme called for aid, and the White Cloaks will answer.
Super chat.
So Matt from for $5, thank you. Perrin just thought Joffrey was pregnant with his baby. This is my favorite take because because somehow the special effects budget couldn't handle a decapitation, so he went straight for the belly on a breastplate, which would not have done anything with a woodsman axe.
Yeah, well, the Illianer Company of the Bees in season 1, that the spear just went right through front plate and back plate of them, right? So it's like, what is the point of armor in this world when it's just made out of papier-mâché?
All right. Dempsey is saying that he picked up the axe, that Prophet pointed out the same thing, because Prophet, we watched it together and we had this conversation, and he said he apologized for being wrong. I'm going to, you know what, while we discuss here for a second, I'm going to try and see if I can't grab a screenshot of this, because I am very convinced that he left the door with nothing in his hands.
No, he did grab the axe. I saw that whole thing take place too.
I have to see it for myself. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying my default position is that you're wrong.
I'm well aware.
Is it that he is seen with the axe in one scene and then not in another? Or
that's my recollection.
Is it shown that he's actually picked up the axe?
So my recollection is he doesn't have it, and that he does. But all right, no justice, no peace. Say their name.
Now, this is not the heron mark on the hilt. that
Yanin with
legitimately is not
with the
there,
good,
then there,
good
then gone. But one thing that really bothers me amongst the million others about the
Ooh, what grinds
show
your gears? Tell us.
is Rafe keeps talking about about all the connections between the characters and the emotional buildup and the emotional payoffs, and this is why they've made changes and done all this stuff. And there is no he does not build up to the emotional connections, just like you were talking about with Perrin and Hopper. It's not there.
Well,
He
yeah,
wastes
because
time on all this other stuff instead of building that up. And one of his big things is about, oh, well, we, changed the fight at the end because it really is all five of them. And we wanted to bring them back together. And, they've been separated, but they have this emotional connection. Really? Where? Where did you build that up?
the whole thing
All right.
about the show being feelings in hallways is a thing that irks me to no end, because there is a lot of that in the books. But as you're saying, like, those books, it's built up in the suspense, and the payoff happens in those brief moments, or those brief moments are used to then further build up stuff, like with Tam in the woods and his fever dreams and stuff in the Eye of the World. That's on Rand's mind up into Bear Lawn, where he has a conversation with Nynaeve literally in a hallway, and he's talking about that, or the two of them are talking about that, and it is an amazing moment between the two of them that progresses then and allows for a relief for Rand's character, and a bit of relief for the reader thinking about that, and then it continues on, right?
Well,
So,
and
but
even at the very beginning of Eye of the World, the books, right? So showing, Matt's shenanigans, right, that he does, and kind of how he always drags Rand and Perrin into it and gets them in trouble as well. All of them seeing the quote unquote Black Rider, the Fade. I mean, all of these little things that would not take that much time in a television episode really set you for the fact that, what, these guys have known each other all their lives, they're best friends. I mean, right there, it cements that relationship for you. And through 2 seasons of the show, I've not picked up on it except for the show telling me that with like a 3-second clip of Matt being so happy to see Rand in Kyrian or whatever. It's just
Yeah.
like, what?
Yeah. Hey,
So
so to revisit, I went back through and watched the clip again real quick. And Trip, you were correct. Dempsey was correct. The reason that I think I saw it in, while watching the scene, and I guess I might have said this and maybe Steve got it from me, and that's why he said it later and then, corrected himself when it was pointed out, was that so the axe is laying kind of flat on the ground, and so he kind of like they speed up the scene when he like stands up and kind of picks it up. It moves too quick, like right along the edge of the floor, and so you kind of, it's like blink and you miss it, and then you see him stumbling through a door, and the way that the axe is held, it's in his off, kind of the hand that's away from the camera, and it's just, if you pause it, you can see essentially the end of the handle in that hand, but that's about as much as you get. There's two kind of like, two frames, two more frames. So yeah, I definitely definitely thought
considering
that he didn't pick
an
it up.
axe is somewhat important to Perrin's character, you would think that they would spend a bit of time on that.
And the other thing though is, like, I guess, and I'll fully admit, and you can say that you're going to discredit all of my takes about the show on this. The show has established itself to be that low effort, right? Like, it is consistent. I mean, the heron that was put on the hilt and then off the hilt, it was literally put on the hilt for one scene, for one comment, and then gone, to the point where it was gone in the scene that actually needed the heron, so that he still had to grab the blade instead of getting branded on the hand on the hilt. So he's standing there comically holding the blade of a katana with his offhand, because
he's still holding it with two hands though.
Well, he's pushing on the back of the hand and he's holding the blade like this. So he's doing this, and then
So,
also the
like,
orientation. The orientation of the heron that's branded in there doesn't match the orientation that would be on the blade. So there's lots of, like, that's the level of bad prop work that they're doing, where they literally are like almost photoshopping. It could be a real effect and they just like didn't have it for any other scene.
Well,
So it seems like Photoshop.
It's another example of the lack of foresight, right? Like the
season people... 1, episode 1, we called that this was gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
And they had to fix it 2 seasons later. Like,
so one would think that someone supervising the project would look at the design the costume designers came up with and said, there needs to be a change here, and it's this.
Yeah.
The costume design is a lost cause from, like, it's.
Do you guys think this season was better? LPK, do you think this season's costume design was better?
Oh, I've only seen like still shots of season 1. I haven't put myself through that yet.
Oh, you don't.
I mean, I apologize for being ignorant of the tragedy of season 1.
No, I mean you're the most real book cloak. You only read the books.
I read the books, and no, there's people who know way more, like Pixcalcis, Gadfly, of course, but I don't know. In terms of like the question, which was worse? How could it be worse than season 2? Like, how could anything be as bad? This was done with no thought toward the costuming whatsoever. I mean, the women are literally like, if like a woman showed like this much skin, it would be like a crime against humanity in that show. Like, is this immodest, gentlemen? I don't. Is this an immodest woman?
Yeah,
exactly. I don't get it. I mean, maybe we should ask Trib. Is this would you be ashamed as a woman to reveal this much? I mean, it's just like, and not only that, but they're all wearing shoulder pads, and they're all wearing like dresses up to their chin, and they're all like, I don't even know. It's like stupefyingly bad. It's like designed to be bad on purpose.
I think Staple is making exactly my opinion. I don't know. What do you think, Trip?
No,
I think the Sean Can were specifically horrible, but
Well, no, I think. Okay, so I think they were making efforts, and there were a few things, costumes that I would enjoy, or I would enjoy the effort and even the results in a different show. But they kept putting their own spin, just like they did with the horn. A lot of my problems had to do with things like the fingernails and things. Maybe you would refer to them more as props, but still, the fingernails, the color,
pacifier,
exactly, the pacifier, the whatever Turok's, all the headdresses, whether they be like, if you want to call Turok's a headdress, and Sawan and Lanfear and TAR, it's like with everything else they show with that incompetence that they could have done it, but they made conscious choices not to.
Well, the other thing as well that, sorry. Please
no, I was just going to say that's highly fucking irritating.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because one of the things that a lot of people have noticed is that outside of certain areas, every place looks exactly the same in terms of the clothing. You could take any person from any location and put them down in any other location, and they would just fit right in. There's
Well,
no, aside from a certain couple places, right?
Yeah.
what the hell was up with the whole tea party in Kyrien? Okay, I get that Kyrien is legitimately, I believe, canonically kind of a mix of cultures, but it's like all
all
of
of the
a
cultures
sudden
are
we're all of a sudden we're in what? I kept expecting Marie Antoinette to walk through the fucking door.
Which so there's something to be said that the Kyrianen in the books are, I think, and Gadfly, I guess I would say Nerd Portal, but he hasn't read enough of the books to really get to know the Kyrianen. If he's still even paying attention. I think they're a mix of like maybe French and Japanese. Is kind of the impression that I get. Probably a fair amount of French.
I would think Italian because of the whole, Days de Mar.
Well,
little
less
bit
so
of both.
Italian and more so specifically like
Venice, maybe.
not
Like Medici?
Venetian. Yeah, Medici era.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's that idea of like
It's
he's
definitely a mix of
merged a
things.
whole bunch of different aspects of different things to create a new culture, right?
Yeah.
Well,
But
how
there
about
is a lot of political machinations and maneuvering in France as well, because
Yes.
if you look at the geography, France and Italy are
Also there's the one of the reasons that I think that Kyrien has a fair amount of French in it is that Andor is probably the least mishmashed of the different cultural representations. Andor is like very English.
Yeah.
Right? Like Andor is like England from a certain time period, you know. And the rivalry and the interrelation of the royal courts between Andor and Kyrien and the historic conflict between them. If
Yeah.
you took the river, shoot, is it the
Arendelle?
the Arendelle? Thank you. So if you took that river and you changed that into the British Channel, it's France and England, right?
Well, the other thing as well is
Channel.
Andor has Murundi on the border, which is a much less stable, consistently stable state, but is constantly at Andor's throat, but not in a serious way. And that is like a perfect example or a perfect description of the Celtic and
like Scotland,
Ionic groups in
Yeah.
the Isles at different periods of times.
Yeah, good
Well-
point for sure.
And in the books, obviously, we know that geography is a thing. So there's not quite as much travel.
I don't know about that trip. Geography, places, things.
But you know what I mean? I mean, they get so quickly from one place to another. And so, hey, maybe everybody just, travels for a few hours and they're in another country or another, capital city.
It's almost as
and
if
so
they
it's a mishmash.
they changed the
It makes it
landscape
so
from like continental Europe to the landmass of Italy.
Well, yeah. I mean, it really feels small. Everything feels small. to
So
me.
the one that I thought was the most comical in the show, right, was Bail Doman is in episode 1 and episode 8, and he's in Arafel in episode 1, and he's in Falma in episode 2 or in episode 8. And from Arafel, he has to go to his boat, then down the river to Tyr, and then do coastal sailing all the way around, literally around the entire continent, almost about 2/3 of the continent, if not 3/4.
So he has to go from Arafel to to Saldea.
Yep.
From Saldea
Saldea.
down through past Tarvalon,
Yep.
Carine, Andor, down into Tyr, then out from Tyr, past Ilion, past Ebudar, and Altara, and Amadicia, and Terabon.
Every time I hear Terabon, I'm hungry. I get hungry.
So,
Well,
so
they do
for
have
those
some
of you-
great
I
food.
don't think you guys can see my mouse on this. I'm not sure. Can you guys see the mouse?
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
Yeah,
Red
your hands
boxes,
there.
right?
It's great.
All right, perfect. So,
Arafel's
based
on the
on
other
the
side of
rivers,
Kandor
right?
as well.
Somewhere up
I
here.
think I'm gonna get a cinnamon roll after this. Now they're talking about Terabon.
So somewhere up here in Arafel, right? And then down the Aranon, past Tarbalon, like you said, all the way down to here, and then literally all the way around here, right? So what we're basically saying is one of two things: either the 8-episode arc of the series took like 6 months to a year, or
That was what season 1 was, apparently.
Or he teleported like everyone else, right? Like the fact that they don't understand, and do you guys remember that story, Nerdportal? I think that we talked about this when we were doing the House of the Dragon stuff. Remember when Rafe Judkins mouthed off about the creators of Game of Thrones talking about fast travel with dragons and how that was such bullshit for showrunners?
Yeah.
Imagine being the guy that made that statement and then making season 2. There's a scene where Matt Cawthon gets knocked unconscious, and then without even showing the audience, he just wakes up 4,000 miles away.
And you wouldn't even know he was in Falme unless you looked at the X-ray.
They don't even show us a map. They don't even show the audience a map. If you haven't read the books, you have literally no idea. All these things are right next door to each other. That's the way that it makes sense to
the only thing that can determine the location of each of the places is the location where they filmed. Because that's it. Falme is apparently a desert, a complete desert, right?
Like, yeah. What the hell is this? I'm like, are they in the Ideal Waste? What the hell is this? This is not how Tolkien Head was described in the Great Hunt.
And it's also a coastal place as well. Like
Forsaken figured it out, guys. I'm sorry. I forgot about the waygates that don't have a top. This actually makes sense. You have a waygate in the water. At high tide, you can clear the steps.
That's actually
that's
actually a very funny point, because
that was my favorite part
any
of
of the
show.
Forsaken have been around during the creation of the waygates?
Ishamael.
One.
Well, it's an interesting question of whether or not Ishamael would really know much about the ways, because he's in and out of the.
Yeah.
He should know that they exist, and the evidence that he knows that they exist, I think the strongest direct evidence versus just like he probably does is the fact that he's sending Trollocs and Murderall through the ways, right? So that's really the evidence that the ways are known to the Forsaken, because at a minimum they're known to the Murderall, and the Murderall would have told Ishamael, and Ishamael was there in person at the fall of Manetheren, and the ways were used during that time. But
you're forgetting the Ogier were builders, so they, Baal Domon's ship is probably made out of tree sun wood.
Steve.
That's magic. But the other point to consider there, so he made this entire trip and didn't run into any of the Shan Chan Navy.
And what is he doing? He's like buying like salt and pepper shakers from like the bin there in Falma in the middle of like a battle. Like everything's blowing up around him, and he's like, "Oh, that is a nice pepper mill." Like,
literally, literally, Lanfear is the one who is orchestrating anybody being where they need to be.
It's true.
Period.
Yes.
Now
That was a
Vale
hilarious
is in
point.
place in Falme for season 3 for, the girls to have transportation, or, whomever just might need to have a ship. I'm quite sure. Not that we'll see that. They will just appear somewhere on his ship. Right? He'll
So
just be landing in a port somewhere, and whoever
will
needs to be there
will
will be
Bail
on the ship.
Domon be carrying Perrin to the two rivers?
It's a frightening question. You very well may.
No,
This is-
Hopper is just going to teleport him, okay? Or
this is
Lan, or
like-
the dragon. Perrin's gonna ride the dragon.
asking us that
I
question
didn't know they had
is
Loki
like
in there.
is like asking if Matt Cawthon is going to duct tape the Shatter Logoth dagger
Oh my
to a stick that he
God.
finds and call it his Ashendari
You bet it is.
and use it like a magical
How?
bolt cutter to go through the keyhole, not the actual latch of a door.
How? I
In
was
my
giving
wildest dreams, Steve, I can't believe he zoomed in that much on those pictures and came up with the dumbest possible answer, and it was the one that they went with. Like, I'm shocked.
Well, they threw
yeah.
out the guide stones, right? Like seeing the raven on that freaking bedpost in that one little preview clip.
I was not paying nearly enough attention to those previews because, they hurt me physically.
Well, I was, because it caused pain to Steve so much, and you know how much I like to torment him. So
That is true.
yeah, then we got in an argument about whether there was a blade on the end of the staff or not. But yeah, Steve is the one that went, Matt's gonna tie the dagger on the end of the staff.
That's right.
And
He's
I
right.
didn't know. I disagreed with him because I'm like, there's no way. I could
It's
see him
really
put
stupid.
a blade, like a knife or something, but the dagger, really, and they did it.
Well, Trip is usually wrong. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Can we see that whiskey bottle one more time, Neuropolial? What were you drinking there?
I am drinking.
I almost recognized it.
Where is it?
You know what?
Where
I put it? Shit.
When
While
it
he's
comes
rooting around there
to
for a
this
second,
show,
Trip.
I am more
Trip.
than happy to be wrong.
Trip is always making fun of me. I need to be more proactive. Herd the cats, and here I am trying to make an announcement. And she's just okay. All right, I see how it is.
I thought you already made the
Really?
announcement.
For Ryan, for anybody else who's looking for that stream, I put a link in the chat there on YouTube with the link to TechMex's stream that he's doing over there.
I'll put the link in. I'll put the link in.
I think Steve is with him.
I'll do it.
They're talking Ahsoka. They're talking Wheel of Time. It's a weekly show that he does on Sunday, which I admit I forgot about. I was doing a Sunday. I wanted to do a stream this weekend. I was visiting family, doing stuff, and with a very chaotic kind of R&R period that I'm on, I double scheduled him. It's not a hit against him. He's a great dude, and you guys should absolutely go over there, leave a like, leave a comment. You can go over there for a bit, come back here, stay over there. We're just doing a chill stream.
I got the link right here. I got the link. Don't worry. I'll put it in.
Absolutely would want any of you guys who don't know TechMex's channel to, at a minimum, just go check the link out, subscribe to his channel. He's a smart guy who is a great video editor and makes some really great
highlight
videos.
Prophet's most recent thing as well.
Oh yes.
He will eat a mayo packet if we get the white folks to 800 tonight.
Yes.
What are we even at right now?
It's nutritious.
You guys are, I think, are like
790.
790. I think
790. All right. Well, there you go. Honestly, Steve might not want to make that. I think Trip might go make 10 new YouTube accounts with some alternate emails to
you guys. Oh no, you guys are at 795. So you guys got 5.
Come
so
on,
we get
5
subs. 5
is
subs to
within
800.
That is within Trip's willingness to inconvenience herself to mess with Steve. This is. Trip is single-handedly going to do this by the end of the chat. She's going to have to mute herself for a minute. She'll be back in 5, guys.
You guys will eventually surpass us all.
That's
definitely
Nate.
Me and
Nate's the
Prof
one
are
who
in the 3K
started
club
that.
though.
But anyway, TechMex, he's doing a stream. We're just talking bullshit. So TechMex is awesome. Sorry. All right. After downvoting our own stream in support of TechMex's stream, we can get back to whatever we were talking about. Back to your regularly unscheduled programming. Oh, that's good. Trip, we never talked food with you. You complained about the food chat, and then you came in here, and we have a woman who's not in the kitchen. How did that happen on a White Cloak stream?
She lives alone. That's how.
Well, she should definitely be in the kitchen then. How else is kitchening being done?
I did that earlier today, so there.
All right.
I offered to make LPK a sandwich earlier.
You didn't mean it.
Oh!
He was like, I've been burned before.
It must have been a Little Rascals sandwich, with kitty litter.
I was being impolite. I can make my own sandwiches. I know what I like. I can make it just the way I want.
It's buttered on both sides.
See what happened?
No, it's in a tortilla. It's a wrap.
Oh,
a wrap's not a sandwich. What is this?
It's a circular sandwich. It's a Mobius strip of a sandwich.
It's what do they call those?
It's a hornet sandwich.
It's a hornet sandwich. It bends in on itself until you eat it. Then it becomes.
Gadfly, was it you that said the horn is a dragon sticking its head into its own cloaca?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Because I actually have more evidence now. Because when you look at the horn, it looks like they're not spines from a back; they're belly ribs.
They are, yeah. It's the little. It's wearing one of those like little tuxedo kind of shirt, the little ruffles, or it's a cummer. He's wearing a cummerbund. That's what it is.
4 more to 800. 4 more to 800. I'm counting that. I'm counting the shit down. Steve, you're gonna eat that fucking mayo packet.
Brian's the one out there making alts.
Hey, Steve, if you're still in the chat here, I see you're leaving comments in the chat periodically. If you're here, the expectation is that you come back on our stream to eat a mayo packet.
You have to.
You'll derail TechMex's stream if you just sit there and just guzzle down some mayo like that. That wouldn't do.
Yes, he was there.
Steve, Trip, you were asking about the article. Do we want to go back to the article?
Well, I know that there are some very interesting things said in there.
Well,
yeah, let's do it. Let's torture us some.
Okay, all right.
We all make a little bit of a dommy mommy every now and then, right?
You know I love to torment you guys.
Right? Am I sharing it? No, I'm not sharing it. Here we go.
I
forgot how to semi-professional YouTube here. All right, what do we get? The heroes in the panel. This is where we left off, I think.
With the hemorrhoid ring there.
Yeah, because we talked about the hemorrhoid ring. We talked about Guidal Kane over here.
That's photoshopped into that image. I think the spear is too.
I don't think so. So they talked
it's
about
a different
that
proportion.
They talked about that on Steve brought that up, right? But I'm gonna highlight a couple reasons that I don't think so. One, if I zoom in here, the thumb seems to be gripping it there, right? And the same thing, like forefinger, thumb, like it's an awkward hold, but it looks like a hold, right?
Well, it's the pinky. To me, looks
the pinky,
like it's somewhat supporting it a bit.
Yeah.
With the shadows that you can see when you zoom in, it's more clear.
And
they
then
very well maybe in his hand.
And then see there's the shadow from the staff here, and then you see the shadow like kind of continues like across the leg here, the edge of it on the boot, and then from the other side. So that's the only thing that tells me that like I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to know like where the light source is to decide whether or not I think the shadow being visible across the top of the boot is a problem.
I do think there has been some editing on the horn in order to try and make it look somewhat special.
Well,
I agree with that.
Did you?
I agree with that. I think they tried to make it pop, right? They tried to make it pop, like for sure.
Who is that
It's
supposed to be on his
plastic
left?
with
Who is
gold
supposed to be on his left?
electroplating.
Who is that woman?
Stage left or his left?
His left.
Okay, that's
the Asian woman. Who is
that's
that?
Amaseru, who you don't know at this point in the story. She's not. It's not super relevant, other than kind of as an Easter egg. Like, she's a named hero of the Horn. That's kind of all it is.
Did they confirm that on his right? Is that supposed to be Arthur Hawkwing?
It's
Arthur Hawkening.
Hawkening.
Sorry, Hawkening. I take responsibility. I forgot.
Hawkwinning. Is it Hawkwinning? Is it?
It's Hawkening. Hawkening.
It's Hawkening. Okay, that's unfortunate. I would have liked it more if it was Hawkwinning, and then it was like he's drinking tiger blood and he's Hawkwinning. You know.
That reminds me.
No, not no one else. Kind of Charlie Sheen fans.
Like, I know about the tiger blood.
Those cauldrons look incredibly unmovable.
I mean, they're better than any armor that we've seen in the show thus far. Like, I have to admit, like, the armor on some of these characters is the best show armor we've seen so far.
It's a low bar, though.
It is a low bar. Like, yes, that's yeah.
Okay, so, and I don't know if you saw this in the article, but that horn is plastic.
Yes.
With gold electroplating.
No, it's gold. It's gold plated.
I thought they said well, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
So it's electroplated with real gold. So which, to be completely honest, electroplating plastic, I think, means that they like put some gold foil in like a water bath and they like dipped it with a charge to kind of like get it to conform. I'm not a huge prop expert. I know that is a method that they use to kind of plate plastics with other materials and paints and effects. But yeah, I won't say I'm not. It's not that I'm not a huge expert. I'm not an expert at all, actually. But
they could have just gone to the dollar store somewhere. You know what I mean? Gone to a and found a horn. Come on,
a discount music store and bought a horn.
Gosh,
a horn.
Honestly, the trombone of Valere would have been better.
Something made of brass with a cone protruding out and a mouthpiece.
Like, okay,
a musical
I'm
instrument.
torn here. I'm torn here. You guys tell me if I'm crazy here. I'm torn because I sometimes find myself like actually wanting this show to like just bottom. Like, I want it to jump the shark even more than it's already done. Like, I just want it to go full retard as over the top as possible. Like, I want it to be like Sharknado 9, like the movie that they like never could even make because it was even too dumb for that franchise. You know,
compared this season to the Blues Brothers, Pips. I am still disappointed in you for that. How dare you?
No, I said that, like the car crashes in the Blues Brothers, which are hilarious and you just are like captivated by, watching the crash of this production is a Blues Brothers crash.
I swear that's not what you said. I swear that's not what you said.
I'm not saying that I remember verbatim what I said. I'm just saying that was the image.
That's what you meant. That's okay. I get it. I was
trying to say that watching this show is like watching cop cars jumping off overpasses to crash into other cop cars.
That's the thing. That's actually fun and entertaining. The season was none of those things. That's my argument. That's my argument.
TechMex is doing a Star Wars stream, so to say from a certain point of view, I've been entertained.
Well, from my point of view, that statement is evil, Pips.
I'm kidding. Then you are a point of view.
Sorry. Oh.
Okay.
Say something.
The show is offensive in many, 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 many ways.
Like, there's nothing funny about it. Sorry, LPK. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go. You go. Go.
No, there's nothing. I mean, like, Pips is calling this a farce and all that. This is not even worthy of a farce. There's nothing funny about this. It's just sad. It's just sad.
What were some other stuff that you saw in here, Trip? This is why you need to learn how to share things, so I can just let you drive and I can sit back and be lazy.
I need to learn how to share things. I'm well aware of how to share things.
Everyone knows that Trip doesn't know how to share. She didn't go to day school.
I was thinking that too.
Okay, so let me see. There was the little quote about Matt, who's been so unsure about himself and his place, is
Oh my
one of
gosh, that was
them.
terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, where they
I think
talk
it's here.
about
I think
literally
it's
that Matt is a hero of the Horn,
yeah.
and where
This is
they
the
call it the Ashandarai.
yeah. So the part where he's a hero if he doesn't believe it. The funny thing is that, like, you know, watching the Dark fans, the show supporters talk about the character of Matt, like the way that they've talked about him for 2 seasons, like these are not people who like Matt or respect him or think that he's a good guy. And so it's strange to see some of the things that have happened in this season. I'd be curious to hear your guys' take on this. Where like the show is like almost like accidentally based, like with the White Cloaks being like good guys trying to fight off the slavers that have, you know, invaded from foreign lands, that like nobody else was going to help the people from Falma, and like we're gonna do it because it's right. Even though we're gonna lose and we're all gonna die, it's the right thing to do and we're gonna do it. And
Did they?
like
But here's the thing: did they all? I don't think they all died. I think they survived. The White Cloaks survived this, didn't they?
they did survive.
Yeah, well, they have to, because Dane becomes an important character later on.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we, at a minimum, Dane survives, and at a minimum, Valda survives. And it would be weird if
Even though
just
they're not
two of
there in the
them-
book, they're not there in the book.
No.
So oh well, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever.
But that is a perfect encapsulation of people failing to understand the concept of the character that is Matt. The reluctant hero label gets put on Matt correctly, but their way of resolving that in the show is to tell him outright he's a hero, when the whole point of the reluctant hero is that he does not care about being a hero. He purely only cares about what the White Cloaks did, doing the correct thing at the correct time, even if it costs him personally. Always goes to do the right thing. And so
I think
they don't understand the core tenets and core concepts of the purposes of the tropes of storytelling. Like, tropes are there for a reason, because they work and they're important shorthand for telling all sorts of things. So they just fail to understand and grasp the innate nature of any of these characters, and they replace them with their own personal selfish desire and ambition.
So you bring up a point. We've discussed this in the Discord. I'm sure lots of people have talked about this before, but I think highlighting like what Matt represents, the archetypal role that he plays, the tropes that are around that role, like the trope of the sort of like the hero, you know, the chosen one kind of narrative. Like there's lots of tropes that all exist, right? Your point that like tropes are a shorthand. So Brian, you cover like a lot of media stuff that honestly, like I have not seen. You have seen so many different series that I haven't seen before, but I'd be curious, as somebody who knows a little bit less of the story of the Wheel of Time and doesn't know the endpoints of all of them, but somebody who knows a lot about storytelling, especially in like TV and movie storytelling. The idea that they unintentionally subverted narrative tropes and like broke them, right, means that shorthand language between the storyteller and the audience doesn't work anymore. And so when we've been talking about how the story doesn't connect, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't logically follow, it's because they have this incredibly complex big story that they need to tell, and they complain about how little time they have to tell it, and then they throw out all of the shorthand and have to like long form communicate everything.
What do you mean throw out all the shorthand?
So all of those like archetypal characters that you can just sort of like see, recognize, and be like, I know what this character is about, right? I don't know, like I just met this guy, I've only seen him for 5 seconds, but like I kind of get him. And like that's a thing that storytellers have always used, right? So have you ever seen another show that is so aggressively tried to not use established good storytelling tools.
No, that's why I think this is the worst show ever. Like, I mean, like this. I mean, this is like this. This is nonsensical, and this is something that me and Prophet disagree on. But like, even the part where Matt and Rand are hugging, like, there's nothing that led up to that. Like, they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're both villains, and they there's no connection there. Like, they don't follow the archetypes. And where's Tom Maryland? Where's the no nonsense? I'd call him a father figure, mentor figure, and all that. Like, where's he? And Moraine is not doesn't follow that. She's just another cold. I mean, she's the most evil character in the show. I mean, like, she murders a horse. Horses' lives matter.
Did we lose someone here? We lost LPK. He's back. All right.
Am I back?
I mean, it's awful. What I mean, like, watching this as a chore and taking notes. That's why I'm late to every. That's why I was late to every stream, every after show, because I'm like, what the fuck's going on? What the hell is this? And I have to rewind it and watch it again.
This is a great comment, because
yes, it is. I love this comment. This is my favorite part of the show.
When you throw out all the tropes and the archetypes and the structures of telling a story, is you end up telling a story you do not intend to tell.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
who said that? Who said that?
So I think your point about you intend to tell a story that you end up telling a story you didn't intend to. It's not like that is very true, right? But I think it's weird in that, like, it's almost like it's not you are telling a story you didn't intend to. The audience is forced to create a story in their head that you didn't tell. And so that's one of the reasons why there's all these weird, like, you know, how did Moraine do this? And how did this happen? And like, what was this? Because the audience is sitting here trying to write the script that you didn't write.
Yeah, that's a problem. And this is not just in Wheel of Time. This is across the board. This is New Trek. This is Disney Star Wars. This is Rings of Power. Like, people, fans really want to like this to the point where they're willing to fill in the blanks for these writers. And here's the thing. I'm not willing to fucking do that. This is the writer's job. They're getting paid a lot of money. And unfortunately, that stupid strike ended.
Yeah, what do you got, Gadfly?
Oh, I was just going to say, you can go back to the Star Wars prequels, and the second and third film in the Star Wars prequels. If you watch them with an assumption that Obi-Wan and Padme are having an affair, it very much changes the dynamic of the story and kind of improves the relationship dynamics and some of the scenes behind it. But of course, that once again, that's the audience projecting something onto the story.
That was in the novel. That was actually in the novelization. That was not in the movie. So yeah. Novelization was awesome.
Spicy. Sounds good.
Well,
the movie was kind of a.
I mean, so, and that gives you. I mean, I don't want to, but that gives you a good reason why Anakin, you know, was really quickly to turn against Obi-Wan. Unlike the movie, I mean, when I first saw it, I mean, I like Revenge of the Sith, but when I first saw the movie, I was disappointed in how he became evil, or the reason why he became evil. I was like, oh, really? That was my reaction. I was like, really?
If it wasn't that everyone who goes into the prequel trilogy, if it wasn't that everyone who had seen the original trilogy prior to the existence of the prequel trilogy, it's possible that some people now watch them in, you know, episode order instead of release order. But for all the people who, you know, the prequel trilogy came out later in life and they'd already seen them, for all those people, if it wasn't that it was a total foregone conclusion that Anakin was going to turn into Vader, I could see how, like, if you didn't know that, it could kind of feel like it came out of left field a little bit. Speaking of villains and heroes and unlikely villains, Trip, aka Team Lanfear, since we're talking about Lanfear being a good hero, do you care to tell us, you know, why are you Team Lanfear?
Well, basically because she's pretty much the only character that truly kicks any butt, it seems like, and yeah, I'm just rooting for Lanfear now.
She murders people, Trip.
Yeah,
She-
okay. How
she
well do
can't-
you
she
not
knocks it
know me,
Aaron.
Brian?
So does Rand.
Yeah.
So does
She stole a
Rand.
woman's
How
house.
does she
Who's
is
a good
supposed
character who
to murder
hasn't murdered
people?
someone?
She is a character who is supposed to murder people. I swear, Lanfear is really the only one who's even semi close to kind of how she should be. And really, I'm just Team Lanfear because I really just enjoy watching her burn the place down. Literally.
Thanks to Rand.
I can kind of respect that it's not so much that you actually agree with like her value system. You're just sitting here like, as a watcher of this show,
Yeah.
I would like to murder these people and burn this set to the ground.
Well, and when she literally just yeets Moraine and
That
Lan
was
out of the Waygate, I'm like, hell yeah, Team
It-
Land here forever, just because of that.
when she just wrecked Swan against like the side of the
Yep.
building, and like that was probably the only moment of 2 seasons of this show that I was like, I like potentially gave a standing ovation to that scene. Like I probably like jumped out of my chair and like, yes. Like,
Pretty much. I mean, yeah. When I first saw the stills of her and Rand, I was exceedingly upset and mad about that. But now that she has moved on to actually being Lanfear, right? I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, okay. I'm good with this. Let her just
Mule
fuck
makes a good
everybody
point.
up.
Mule makes a good point here too, that Moraine is definitely the murder leader at this moment.
Oh,
Biggest
she is like
We
most
need a
unlikable
kill
character.
counter.
Like, I mean, first of all, she was the first murder in the show, Master Hightower, which I'll give you potentially negligent homicide, right? Like it's on the
Do
fence.
we consider negligence as part of that? Because her failure to warn the two rivers.
So here's
about the Trollocs.
actually my reason for saying that it is murder, right? Because what she was doing was she was destroying private property in the ferry, which is the commission of a felony. And if someone dies as the result of your actions during the commission of your felony, that's in most jurisdictions, that's considered felony murder. So it actually is legally murder in most cases, even if it's just negligent homicide under most circumstances. If you're committing a felony and also commit an act of negligent homicide, especially if the action that you were taking was considered reckless or specifically fundamentally endangering, as creating a giant whirlpool and like destroying someone's livelihood and property would be. So that's why I'm going to say it is definitely murder. I think that the strongest case you could make as a defender would be it's only negligent homicide, which is like a weird.
I'm making the case though that people could argue that her failure to warn the villagers of Emmons Field of the Trollocs attack makes her complicit in murder.
Well, to your point, Gadfly, I actually agree, because would you not think that Aes Sedai would be mandated reporters?
This is why you're supposed to take the oaths, so that you don't get assumed that it was the Aes Sedai that caused the whirlpool that murdered Hightower.
Yeah.
If I was defending the case, I'd be like, maybe it was just a random whirlpool that showed up in that river. Who's
Do you have anybody who can detect?
Why don't you? Can you prove that it was the Aes Sedai that killed?
As we know, as us book readers know, that there are no whirlpools on the Tarn. There's never been no whirlpool on the River Tarn.
It's like there's no evidence to support this murder set.
Oh yeah, leave it up to LPK to be defending Moraine.
Sometimes you gotta just break a couple legs to make
the legal system only works if you give people a fair chance.
Yeah,
I appreciate LPK. You know what? LPK, we might have to consider, and I don't want to force you to take this role, we might have to consider appointing someone, as is done with Perrin versus the White Cloaks. We might need a White Cloaks versus the show, and there needs to be like the defense attorney. Somebody needs to be assigned, especially because Rafe is not mentally competent to stand and defend himself. That would be a absolute perversion of justice to ask that. So we might have to assign one to him. We'll have to talk about that in the Discord.
What was that play? The Devil and against Mr. The one with the Simpsons spoofed it in the Halloween special where Flanders was the devil and like somebody goes to court for their soul. I can't remember.
Devil's
it was
Advocate?
Devil's
Advocate?
The devil.
It's probably a beautiful short story and a beautiful play, but I can only remember the Simpsons spoof.
Let me look.
I was thinking actual movie. I feel like there's a movie called Devil's Advocate.
Al Pacino.
It's a great movie.
Yeah,
Keanu Reeves, Al Pacino.
Well, you can also look at 12 Angry Men, right? Like, if that one guy hadn't stood up.
Daniel Webster, they got it. The Devil versus Daniel Webster. Somebody actually is a literate individual in our chat.
Burn the heretics. Throw them out.
Alexander.
I'm a bit past literate at this point. Sorry.
Behave yourself.
Jay Rambles gave a $2 super chat here. Thank you for that. Pips, why do they hate the book so much? This always makes me think of the. You guys remember the Chappelle Show and the Pop Copy sketch? Anybody remember the Pop Copy sketch? He has this thing where he's listing all of the ways that they just mess with the customers. Like, if they ask you for the manager, tell them you are the manager. Like, if they come in and they want something printed and they got, Windows, tell them we only have Mac. If they got Mac, tell them we only have Windows. If they got, if they got both, tell them we have Linux. If they got that too, tell them the whole system is down. It should be anyway. And then he does this thing and he's like, some people ask, why treat the customer this way? And he's like, because fuck the customer. That's why. And that, I use that meme all the time talking about this show because it's just, that's the only thing that makes sense is that there's somebody who just gets their rocks off. And you see it with some of Rafe's answers. That one about the alleged death threats that he got. I say alleged because generally I assume that if a supposed celebrity gets an actual death threat, that goes to the police, right? There are police reports, there's investigations, stuff like that. Because if you're a famous person, they can find where you live. You take that shit seriously. You don't just post about it on Twitter, for one. For two, you generally there are some forms of receipts and evidence. And since, Juicy Smollier, I assume most of those things are fake on their face. That's maybe just my assumption. Regardless, his comment saying, next time somebody does something, I'm just going to make one of the characters gay. Now Rand and Perrin are gay, Lan and whatever. And it's a person who likes and respects the material wouldn't have made that joke, if that makes sense. You wouldn't joke about punishing all of the fans and the work of a thing that you hold in reverence because of one bad actor. And I will say, if someone made an actual threat, they are absolutely a bad actor, right? Unequivocally. But
I agree. Yeah. By the way, three more subscribers so that Crawford can eat some mayo.
Eat that mayo. It's a perfect example of the petty tyrant.
Yes.
People who get an ounce of power and they wield it with every fiber of their being as much as they possibly can. So he's got control over this much beloved intellectual property, and so he's going to throw everything that he doesn't like about it away, and build up everything he likes about it, and just double down on all that stuff. So he doesn't care about the world. He doesn't care about the boys. He doesn't care about anything aside from the Gossip Girl Aes Sedai bitchiness and girl power Egwene and Nynaeve, and that's what we're getting in the show. We're getting all of that is emphasized to a complete utter degree, and all the stuff that makes the books is getting cast aside.
Yeah. Sensei Matt, I think you might not get an offer there. The secret is that he likes the mayo. So
It's true. It's true.
Okay, I have a question for the panel.
okay.
Okay, so what do you guys think about the theory that Ishii actually did not try very hard at the end on purpose to actually, I'm really not quite sure what the definitive reason there would be, other than maybe he really did just want to die, or it's some type of a 4D chess move because
He
he'll
did
come
say
back
that he
like
would be
Lanfear
fusing
did.
Ishmael and Moradin and their philosophies. So maybe.
So I have a question for you guys. What does that mean to you when someone says, I'm going to fuse Ishmael and Moradin and their philosophies? Because in my mind, I guess yeah, that checks out. That's like fusing Pips and his philosophies.
It's like fusing schizophrenic Pips and Pips.
Right.
Except in this, they got rid of the schizophrenic part.
It was never there. Well, maybe that's the fuse. Maybe he was never crazy. He's not that drunk.
Well, it's, you look at it and you go, okay, well, and I know this is dumb to be saying about the show, but you look at how little effort Ishii actually put into the ending of that fight, and you just go, okay, so does this mean we're just going to get he's suddenly magically back in season 3 because it was a plan all along? Because his whole plan with Rand, with the whole, oh, well, if you don't turn to the dark, then all your friends are to the shadow. Fucking
I wouldn't put
the
it past
dark,
them.
that all your friends are going to submit if you don't. None of that makes any sense. I'm like, what?
They orchestrated this whole thing about Moraine somehow managing to get Logain into Karhine and all that sort of bull crap. Just saying that it was done, right? But not showing or demonstrating any of that. So I would not be surprised if they bring him back out of nowhere. But then, I mean, maybe he did want to die because, as they established in the cold open, Lanfear, Ishmael, and Lews Therin were a triple. And when Rand sneezed in front of Ishmael, the normal reaction didn't happen. So he realized that Lews Therin was definitely not in Rand and wanted to die.
Did you guys see?
He died of a broken heart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that the premise?
There was
that might hold water.
There was a tweet from a Dark fan that said something that I was distressed by, how much they were trying to rationalize and how stupid it was simultaneously.
You feel for their sanity when you see some of those things.
They made the point, wasn't it so poetic and genius and just amazing, this conversation between Ishmael and Lanfear, and they're talking about the fact that their friend Lews Therin from his last life, he was their friend, and he's now going to choose his new friends from this life over them, and that's this loss that they're having to experience. And I was like, even in the show, he had to choose to ditch you guys in your last life because you were on opposite sides of the war. There's no circumstance where this is the first time they're encountering the idea that A2 lose
If you start killing millions of people with monsters generated from the depths of hell and science and magic twisted together, balefiring entire cities out of existence, we can't be friends anymore. It's over.
Sorry, lose is like, that's where I draw the line, guys. Like,
Mass murder, not cool.
We're not.
Very, very uncool. Your salsa is great, but this is no. I can't be friends anymore.
It's like, you can't come to my New Year's party. It's over.
Probably worse. You know, if you think that Luz was like 350 years old during the time, so he was kind of middle aged for an Aes Sedai. He was probably like, my mom said you guys can't come over.
My mom said you guys killed her dad and her brother, so you can't come to my birthday party anymore. But you stilled my mom, you jerks.
You drilled the boar without me.
Oh God, you left me out of the board party. Like, you didn't invite me to your.
So betrayed. Jay Rambles for $5 super chat. Please make readaptation discussion videos with how you would like to adapt it. It's funny, we've had some interesting conversations about this. There's I built an 8-episode Eye of the World kind of like script outline that I've periodically had time to work on a little bit. Lady Balefire and a couple other people have been doing some stuff as well. And there is a time where, like, if the stars align and everyone's schedule works, we'd like to like put something together and do kind of like a table read of like a better adaptation. But I think the most hilarious effort that we've done, and I don't know if you guys have seen this on the Discord, when people went through and, like, a couple individuals, myself included, but some people went way harder on this, fed some like very detailed, like iterative process Chat GPT prompts and got an 8-episode Eye of the World like outline kind of draft that was way better. I was like, this is why Hollywood is going to use AI script writers, regardless of what this new contract says.
I mean, ChatGPT is scary good.
That contract is ridiculous, right? Like the amount of writers on each show. It's the old adage, "Too many cooks spoil the broth," is true for a reason, and we now have to change it to "Too many writers spoil the script."
Well, why did they even have Nakamura? Why?
She's a social media job.
Yeah, she's the social media consultant. She's always been the social media consultant. Like, if you look at her actual like kind of, tagline on social media and stuff, she claims to be that. That's
Who is this? Who is this again?
Sarah Nakamura, the alleged lore expert, who is actually
that whole label of lore expert now is purely just a shield against criticism now. Well, once Rings of Power got rid of Shippy, all credibility for the show left. But
you see who they brought on. I was like, that person, I was like, this is a Oxford expert. No way.
You don't even have to be that terribly proficient at like reading comprehension to outstrip Sarah Nakamura in terms of her ability to comprehend the text. You really don't.
It's a factor where they bring the person in, but they don't actually utilize them to look over the script. They just so they have to get them something to do, and so that's why they got her a social media consultancy.
Well, so that's the conversation that kind of we've had, and I got in some conversations with people on Twitter about this, about season 2 and season 3, but Sanderson's involvement and like Harriet's involvement, right? And I think that for those of us who view the show critically, most of us look at Harriet's like absolute silence related to the show. And the fact that she was previously sued by Red Eagle Entertainment for saying bad things about Winter Dragon, and Red Eagle Entertainment still actually owns the rights. They've been sort of subleased out to Sony and Amazon for production and things like that, but Red Eagle is still involved. So like, for me, it's still the same rights sale.
The really telling thing was when Maria said that when they were watching it, Harriet cried and had to turn it off
That is,
But
I
then they
literally had
turned
that
it back
conversation.
on and they got through it, and it was all right.
That's sad to hear.
I had that exact conversation with somebody who said that, you know, Harriet liked it. And I was like, I don't know what you've been looking at. Like, I've seen one interview with Harriet, and it was that, well, it was actually with Maria about Harriet's reaction, I think. And she said that, yeah, she watched the first 3 episodes when they came out, and she cried and couldn't watch it again for like weeks. And then later, when like the whole season had come out, I guess she went and rewatched it, and she said something, and I'm not going to say this is a verbatim quote, but said something akin to the idea that, like, well, you know, I had to get to the point where I understand that, like, this is not this is not my husband's story anymore. And it's, you know, now it's these new generation of people's story. And like, it was okay. Like, I liked Nynaeve, you know. And you're like, that is
goddamn
damning. Like, the fact that, so
it breaks my heart when I think about Harriet and all that.
Have you guys heard that Sanderson, Dusty Wheel, Daniel Green, a couple other people are going to do an episode watch, a live episode 8 reaction watch this week, I think?
Don't care.
Yep.
So apparently they haven't, none of them have seen it yet, is what they're all saying, which I believe for Sanderson. I don't believe for the other guys, to be completely honest.
No.
Sanderson
Sanderson
had previously said on a stream when asked that he hadn't watched the season 2 yet, right? And again, I use, like, my interpretation of that. If you're the EP on a show that has released multiple episodes, and you haven't watched it, and it was like, oh, I haven't had time to watch it yet. And then he also said he was more excited. He was looking forward to watching One Piece more. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know how busy, like, you're the EP of a show. The fact that you didn't see all of the episodes while they were in production is a damning indication of your involvement in the show. The fact that you're saying that you're more interested in watching someone else's show than your show is an incredibly damning statement. Yeah. And the fact that you're saying, well, I haven't had time to get around to watching it, is like, how do people think he likes it?
The fact that you're only willing to watch it in a public setting. Like, you have to be brought in to do it, right? Like, so Dusty Wheel and Daniel Green and whoever else is involved had to convince him to come and do that. And to me, that is another thing that's pretty damning. He's not sitting on his couch watching it.
Yeah.
Well, and I have to push back, not at you guys, right? But often there are conversations about, you know, that Sanderson should be screaming from the rooftops and, you know, complaining about the show and talking about how bad it is, and that he's kind of, there's been some really ugly things said about Brandon for not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say simply, you know what? We really don't know what position he's in. We don't know what kind of NDAs or contracts, or, you know, we don't know what's involved there. And I don't think it's fair of us to make assumptions in regards to that, and to look at him in a bad light when, I think Pip said this once, he really is almost the nicest person on the planet, you know?
So,
I mean, he's very mellow about most things anyways, and he's also a businessman, and he has to be. I do not expect him, even though he wrote the last 3 books, to be the person that has to fight this fight. That is his decision, and I think we ought to respect him for that.
So one thing, Sensei Matt, when it comes out, if especially if I'm still in country and have the time, I think we'll probably do a kind of reaction to the reaction stream, as we've done a couple other times. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing his take specifically. I don't really care about the other guys. I think they're shills and sellouts mostly. I haven't thought that they had good, actual, thoughtful, and honest conversations about the show since it came out for most of them. But Sanderson, I want to see his reaction, I guess, is the reason I'd watch. But to Tripp's point, I mean, there was a lot of conversation about the article that was a Rolling Stones made kind of like a hit piece article against Sanderson.
Yeah.
And if you guys remember, the author made fun of his son is autistic or something like that. Like there's something there, right? And the author
made fun of his son, made fun of his face.
Yes.
After spending a week on his property,
and
hanging out with
him. Anderson's reaction was like, "Hey guys, don't be too harsh to this guy. Like, writing an article is hard." And I'm like, if your reaction to somebody writing that article and talking about your son that way is to be like, "Hey guys, like, you know, this dude's struggling enough as it is. Writing is hard. So like try to be nice to this guy," right? Which is like a hilarious like freaking dunk, right?
But I'm wondering if there's subtext to that.
Like Sanderson gave the most like Wisconsin nice, or sort of
I don't know about that.
Reply. Like that was the most amazing passive aggressive.
Yes, it was
subtext thing. Like if you read it in the right tone.
Yes, it was.
Expecting the guy who wrote that response to like flaming sword in hand go after the studios that like he's trying to sell his books to is an unrealistic standard, right? Like we might want him to do that. We might even say, if I were him, I would do that, which we don't know. None of us know that we would do that, right? But I still respect him because I think he's consistent in that, like, he's the politest guy in the room. And if that's who he is, that's who he is,
Yeah, I agree.
And also, to Tripp's point, he is running his own business. He has a lot to lose if Amazon decides to come at him in court for the language that he uses about their show. He can lose a lot.
He's almost certainly under a pretty hard, non-disparagement. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would think as conservatives, you would all appreciate that very much.
I'm a registered Democrat, Trip.
First of all, conservative.
I didn't say Republican.
Don't put labels on me.
First of all, what is it that we're even supposed to appreciate? Tell me what I'm agreeing to before I can agree to it.
That was
puts
a
his
poke
business
at
first.
Pips.
The CYA.
Okay. That was a big time poke at Pips. So
I will jump in and say that
I'm not even conservative.
I do not begrudge Sanderson anything.
Non-political, apolitical.
He's perfectly entitled to his own opinion. He's wrong about a lot of stuff when it comes to Wheel of Time. I'm just gonna put that out there. I have made my opinions on his Wheel of Time books very clear.
Yes,
but at the same time, I understand and appreciate why he is a successful writer. I don't particularly enjoy his stuff, but I see the appeal. I see the work ethic. I see the I see the reasons why he is incredibly successful.
He's the hardest working author of his generation, for sure.
Prolific.
And so I fully understand why he would not come out completely. But it's one of those things where, to use a phrase of Jeeves from Jeeves and Wooster, the psychology of the individual tells me that when somebody like Sanderson does not gush with praise, that is the thing that tells me what they actually think.
I agree.
There are people who are incredibly vocal about their likes and their dislikes, and there are people who are incredibly vocal about their likes, but they're like, my dislikes, whatever. People like and dislike different things, so I'm not going to judge you for liking something that I don't like, and so I'm not gonna bust your balls over it.
That's true. And it should be stated that as White Cloaks, we hate people who don't hate things.
I got to think about that.
But and what's that old saying? Something about the unspoken word is louder than the spoken word, or what a person doesn't say is
Beware
often.
the anger of a patient man, or something like that, right?
I don't know.
There's
I think they
that.
all
There's
like tie together.
be quiet and carry a big stick, or
Teddy Roosevelt.
speak softly and carry a big
Speak
stick.
softly and carry a big stick.
I love the fact that the Canadian over
Roosevelt.
here is just like, remember that Teddy Roosevelt guy? He was a man among men. He was
Rough
he was
Riders.
a real mensch.
I'm gonna go further
Well,
than
he
that.
was
Drink,
the
drink,
last of
drink.
the real Americans that we Canadians beat out of you in the War of 1812. But yeah, we'll not get into that.
Or drink not or taste not the something spring or something like that.
I think we definitely remember the War of 1812 differently.
I love that quote, Nerdporial. There's something. Right.
Well, I mean,
that
we were
I like
watching.
that.
So I did we were watching The Fly yesterday, and I did my stream with Dred Roberts, and Jeff Goldblum actually he makes his own mock version of that quote from
We did
the Theory of Criticism, or the Essay on Criticism by Alexander Pope. I actually researched this for that stream yesterday, so check out that stream.
The poet Pope, great poet.
That is a long poem, but that was a great. Like, I was listening to that, I was like, dude, where the hell did this come from? And I looked this up, and David Cronenberg actually researched, or someone researched and quoted that poem.
Sensei
Fly
Matt,
is
was
so
that
gross.
Sensei Matt, was this a Princess
Chicago
Bride reference, or was this a Joe Biden reference?
No, that's a Chicago mafia thing. You know the thing.
I don't get the. Wait, what?
It's a Chicago mafia.
One more to 800.
One more
to 8. Yeah. So someone out there, create a fake account so Steve can taste the mayo.
Bam. There we go. Confirmed.
All right. And if he tastes the mayo, then I'll drink right out of this bottle too.
Yeah. So going back to what we were talking about, damning with faint praise is what I've found myself saying a few times to people on Twitter when this conversation comes up, that it's like the fact that he is not part of the press promotion for this show in and of itself, I think
speaks loudly.
Says a lot, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you consider that they were complaining about press promotion from actors and writers because of the strikes and things like that. Sanderson is not, to my knowledge, a member of the Writers Guild or the Actors Guild, right? Because he has not been
He's not an
actor,
not
and
a screenwriter.
he's
He's
a
a
novelist. He hasn't done. I mean, I suppose no, because he's not even accredited. He's not accredited writer for any of the Wheel of Time scripts, right?
No.
So
He's
he
read
doesn't-
them. That's it.
Yeah. So to my knowledge, he's not a member of any of these guilds, which means that potentially he could have been the guy to promote this season. The fact that he wasn't involved with that, to me, that means one of two things. They didn't think to ask him to promote it, which is a hilarious indictment in and of itself. Like, he's so disconnected from the production that like no one even remembered, like, hey, we know a guy who's super popular like in the fantasy world and like could promote this for us and do stuff. That's hilarious in and of itself. But the other possible option is that they asked and he said, you can't contractually force me to do that.
It's probably both.
Probably.
Yeah.
He's probably so busy anyway. He probably takes 24 hours to get to an email. Like, it probably takes him an entire day before he can get to some emails.
It's funny because he's also the type of person who would try to answer every single email.
Probably. Yeah.
I firmly believe that.
Write letters back to fans.
I think he's a guy that if he wasn't Mormon, I would probably really enjoy hanging out with in a pub, having a couple pints, and maybe some grub.
Yeah,
but
Mormon
that's
can have like a water there.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I have Mormon friends, and while I'll make fun of them a little bit. Like, I can enjoy hanging out with a Mormon in the bar because like I still get to drink. It's not. I mean, hey, hey, drinking alone is still drinking. Like, don't get on my back.
Pips, it's awesome that you have friends, dude. I'm glad you got friends, man.
Don't call me a liar in front of everyone like that.
Well, don't worry, Pips. You know, there was a study that showed that men only have 4 to 5 close friends in their lifetime. Women only have about 7 to 10. So
friends, here's my experience. Friends come and go. So I mean, if they go, you just you let them go.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the question.
I'm going to jump out of this conversation of friendship because
drunk life fiction.
I have a huge philosophy of friendship, that background that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you because
we'll talk about it in future Chillporial.
It's a good segue about men and how many of things they have, and so regardless of how many friends, how often do they think about the Roman Empire, though?
That was your meme where the aqueduct turned back, right?
Oh, I love
that was so good.
You never think about it enough. There's never enough Roman Empire on the mind.
See, all the time.
That's staple. 800. You guys are at 800.
As I mentioned I responded to somebody about how often do you think about the Roman Empire? I said, well, it's hard because it competes with Charlemagne and Alfred the Great and Christ and the development of the British Empire and the Crusades. So probably only about once an hour.
Got it done. Pencil it in.
But then again, we
have a spoiler. We have a spoiler trying to interrupt the Mayo stream.
I'm going to unsub so I have the power. Mule, come on, man.
I do love the men think about the Roman Empire meme thing. It's really hilarious in that. Do any of you guys know where that came from? What was the origin of that?
I heard about it first from my wife.
The White Cloaks memory hole. That's what I call your Discord.
She asked me if I thought about Rome, and I was like, yeah, I do. Maybe once or twice a week. And she just couldn't believe that it was true. She couldn't believe for a second that I was telling her the truth. She thought I was bullshitting her completely, that I knew about the meme. And then when this, we were having this conversation at dinner, and then she texts her brother, as I told her, yeah, the aqueducts are really cool. They've got, they built all these roads. They had the great big empire around the Mediterranean Sea. It's a cool historical curiosity to me.
Sensei, nice.
And then she texts her brother about it, and he's starts going over, yeah, Amy, the aqueducts are so cool. And it's kind of
I think the interesting thing in my mind, right, is do you think that people who live, do you think that women who live in parts of Europe where there are still lots of evidence of the Roman Empire, there are places where this bridge was built by the Romans and is still used today, right? A village that I visited in Spain had one of those, a Roman bridge that people still walk back and forth from the old part of the town every single day and have for hundreds of years, right? Longer than hundreds of years at this point, right? It's built by Rome.
I've never been to Europe, Pip, so I don't know.
And so the question is this can't be just a uniquely male thing, right? That's the thing that makes me laugh about the meme. It's so wait a second, women don't think about the Roman Empire?
That's what meme makes you think about.
How many times do you think about the Roman Empire, Trip?
I think about the gods and goddesses, okay? Mine is more from a pagan viewpoint.
That makes sense.
That is actually
that's cool.
Very appropriate response for the differences in the psychology between men and women.
I've been thinking more about. I'll be honest, though. I've been thinking more about the Greeks lately. I don't know why.
The city-states, philosophy, government, lots of cool historical figures.
Because there's more graffiti in Athens than Rome. That's probably why.
There's a lot of jokes that we could make that would get us demonetized about why you might be thinking more about the Greeks than the
Well, we haven't heard his vacuum lately.
Hey,
that's true. Where's the ball vacuum, Nerdporial? Where is it?
I have the window open. That should because you should be hearing O'Hare Airport freaking airplanes passing
Wait
by.
a second. You have your window open in Chicago and you haven't been robbed yet?
No, I haven't been. But I live like in a direct line from O'Hare Airport, so like you hear planes going all over the place and everything. So
Yeah, well, what floor does he live on? Would it have to be Spider-Man to rob him?
no,
Where there's a will, there's a way.
no, I live in a house with a basement.
That's actually a lie, because the marble statues of the Greeks and Romans
Very diminutive.
Very small,
Yeah.
because they believed that a man who
A virtuous man.
a man who focuses on his sexual endeavors solely and the base physical desires only is barbarous and unworthy of being a proper man. And so men who are virtuous and noble on statues should be shown with diminutive genitalia to signify that they do not.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but this is how I know that all of my dates think about the Roman Empire as well.
I got the joke, Peps. I don't know if everybody else did. Diminutive. It's
I
tough
think
to
this
say
whole
when
thing
you've
about
been
the Roman
losing.
Empire.
I'm very virtuous, okay?
Virtue.
Excuse me.
I'm not
we have fun
touching
here.
that.
We have
I
fun
That's
here.
what she said.
admit, I
Uh,
freely
Trip-
admit, I think about the British Empire more than the Roman Empire. So
Well, I mean, it's the continuation. You have Londinium, right? So, I mean, it's the same thing.
So effectively, yeah.
Yeah.
But here's another quote that's very interesting. Low intellect people talk about people. Middling intellect people talk about events. High intellect people talk about concepts.
and memes, memes.
That's true. You know what? That LPK is the highest intellect person here. He thinks
Exactly.
only in concepts.
Only in
Like
memes.
he's
It's
just
like the
he's just grabbing things like he's in Minority Report, and he's just kind
Shaka when the wall.
throwing them together and like pushing them out into the Discord. It's this whole. He's like Moraine, just air dancing to create memes.
I'm just desperate for attention. It's just a sad little guy over here, just trying to be a little.
It's not a
attention
sad
seeker.
little guy. It's a sad virtuous guy. We just talked about this.
Okay, you just had LPK and Virtuous in the same discussion.
Yes.
Excuse me?
Unironically.
Now I'm thinking about the fucking Roman Empire.
There you go.
Yes. Success.
Mission accomplished. What do you think all this was about, Trip?
Yeah, okay.
Now you know.
Always has been.
The government's been watching the stream. Your consultation with a gender specialist will be scheduled for you shortly.
There you go. It's a man's world, Roman world.
Yeah, bring it on.
Well, Trip can't wear a toga until a transition happens.
No, that's true. Yeah, very. You know what? The Roman Empire. I mean, they very very Chad sort of organization there. They really,
The throw up rooms,
almost as based as
Vomitoriums.
one Joffrey Bornhold. I mean, almost.
Well, we have to question what era of the Roman Empire. Are we
Oh my
talking,
God. No.
Imperial
No.
Rome or
No.
Republic Rome?
Late
No.
Rome, where it's like right when, like with the Byzantine Empire as well.
Oh,
maybe.
okay. So we're talking after the split.
Hellenism.
Constantinople.
Constantine.
Rafe only thinks about Gothic Rome, sort of the raping and pillaging, the desecration, the destruction of
Vandals.
art. That's
Yes.
No, that is actually not the part of Rome that Rafe thinks about.
Yeah, he watched the show Spartacus, and and he's a big fan of he's a big fan of some of those scenes. That's
No,
I couldn't watch it.
He's thinking Monty Python, biggest dickus.
Oh, biggest.
I had a good friend in Rome named Biggest Dickus.
I like the part in that scene where they like went into sort of gender politics. You know, a man who and they. It's
yeah.
great
I put that.
now.
You're talking about the scene that I put in the video, right? With what's his name, Eric Idle, trying to say, "I want to be a woman." Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, you don't have a womb. I'm not impressing. I'm not impressing you.
You know,
That's a
we
great.
still-
Yeah, you know what the name of that movie's called? It's called Life of Brian.
It's
that's true.
I
Life
will
is
say-
shit when you look at it. Yeah.
It's my least favorite Monty Python. I have to be honest.
I tried watching Holy Grail. I'm just like, yeah.
Dude.
What is wrong
Blessed are
with
the
you?
cheesemakers.
Holy Grail.
Life of Brian's. I think Life of Brian's
Wrong with
funnier.
you?
You think Life of Brian is funnier than?
Yeah.
Go
How are
read
we
chapter
friends?
6.
How are we friends? Go read chapter 7.
I don't know. I'm watching Holy
Go
Grail.
get
Like,
your brush and your your thing of paint because we have walls for you to paint on.
What about when the cops came at the end and arrested the whole crew?
Yeah.
That was the funniest thing in the world.
Fantastic.
And
I think
grabbing
Blazing
the
Sails is
shield,
funnier.
that's an offensive weapon, that is.
First time I saw that, I was 10 years old. I was at my uncle's house, and
Yeah.
the 10-year-old line that catches you in the Holy Grail is, "Must be a king. How do you know?" He's
Honestly,
all
I
covered
thought
with shit."
when I first saw Life of Brian, I thought it was dumb too. But I don't know. I've kind of gotten.
Well, that's
I've mellowed to
absurdism
to the whole
of Britain.
Yeah.
I've mellowed to the whole biggest dickus. Like I think that was a funny scene.
I think, I mean, okay, the scene about, you know, strange women lining ponds distributing swords is no basis for system governance. One of the greatest, you know, scenes of all time. Ironic comedy. The like it's fantastic, right? But I still, a part of me loves the like. You wouldn't you know, what if he was dying or surprise and alarm? It's like, I mean, you wouldn't carve it into the rock. You just say it.
The black beast of no, you mean
as in surprise and alarm.
Okay.
Okay, everybody needs to send Brian a coconut.
That scene is just.
I don't know. I watched and I'm just like, yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't find it funny.
Brian, come on.
That's because he didn't know.
I will be fair.
He was watching it.
I did get tired of it because I had one teacher throughout every term in high school who put that movie on.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Yes,
not much of a Monty Python here. So I rented Life of Brian on my own when I was in college. So.
At some point, when you've seen the film for the 300th time, you just watch the seals clap. You just get tired of watching the seals clap in the room around you, right?
I watched part of the movie and then I fell asleep with Holy Grail and all that.
So you missed.
I mean, I'll be honest. Like, there's not a lot that really makes me laugh. I mean, I like Tropic Thunder, for instance. Everybody loves Tropic Thunder. I don't.
I mean, we can't.
I watched it recently. It's not. I didn't find it funny.
We can't trust Nerdporial. He liked Picard season 3, so you know.
Hey, but you know what? You know what is funny? Beverly Hills Cop is funny.
Oh, I watched all. You know what's interesting to watch them in reverse order. It like Beverly Hills Cop 3 to me is the fan fiction of Beverly Hills Cop.
I like
Beverly
that
Hills Cop. It's like somebody wrote a fanfic of Axel Foley and made a movie out of it.
That movie is so ridiculous. You know who's in that movie? George Lucas is in that movie.
Yes, George
Lucas is in that movie, and Uncle Scrooge plays the owner of that amusement park.
Did you guys see that documentary where George Lucas deliberately, or it's a news clip or something, where he deliberately walks across the camera and stops behind?
Yes. You know where that was, right? That was in Chicago.
Yeah.
He video bombs this guy's documentary.
It's great.
Where's Lucas? What's?
Oh God, that was. I mean, like, I guess he's desperate for some attention. I don't know.
I just like that we've been talking here for a while, and we got right back to Wheel of Time because somebody mentioned bad fan fiction based on something.
Well, I think if we're going to tie it to Holy Grail, then that trebuchet shot in episode 8, they should have been a cow instead of a big rock, where a big
That would
cow
have been
could have
fantastic.
landed on top of the tower and knocked everybody off with the big splash.
Honestly, like, again, we kind of joke about this, but I would actually legitimately like this show better if it was being an over-the-top farcical comedy. Like, it's so close already. Like, there's so
close.
many times that it's like, if I didn't know that you thought this was good, this would be potentially like the 1-star horror movie that is like enjoyable to watch because it's so bad. It's
Sharknado.
so close. It's so close. It's
It's
honestly,
not
change
close
the
at all. It's
soundtrack.
not funny.
If
It's
you
not
change
funny at
the
all.
soundtrack to be like, get rid of all the melodramatic stuff that's like trying to make this scene emotional, and you put in just
Benny
silly
Hill.
sort of clown car
Put-
music.
Put in banjo kazoo. That was the music I put in. That's the music I put in for my video. Yeah, something dumb like that.
Yeah.
It does just need to go 150% full parody.
The thing is, it has to be funny though. That's the thing though. It's not even funny. It's nothing. It's nothing.
It's dark and
Well,
sad.
okay. color.
I
Blue, no
still
red.
want-
Our shenanigans are,
Cheeky and
cheeky and fun. Wraiths are cruel and
Cruel.
tragic.
Tragic. The opposite of
but I
shenanigans.
still
Makes them not really
want-
shenanigans at all when you think about it.
I want Moraine channeling on the beach without the weaves. I want to see that scene with that. I know it would be very
I need a
difficult.
Drake.
And
She's just jerking
Yeah.
around.
oh my god, because all I can
Yeah.
do is keep picturing how other people see this. You know?
Do you guys think so Trip, is she doing more Tai Chi or more goat yoga and they CGI'd out the goat?
I don't know. They didn't
I don't know what that
CGI out
means.
the goat. Lan is
She's
still
she's
there.
holding a little goat kid and like
They tried to redeem Lan. They tried hard to redeem Lan in 5 minutes of the show.
Well, they did it
Too
over
late.
the top to redeem Lan, right? Like, I think they by episode 8 they clearly knew that they hadn't given Lan enough action sequences. So they tried to give
imagine
him
the realization of that, but no other realizations involved in the script making.
So they
Well,
tried to give him some like fantastically amazing, awesome.
You've always been better than me.
Well,
Melodrama.
okay, how about we see Lanfear yeet those two out the way gate?
That was awesome. That was my
and
favorite part of that episode.
Jaws fucking, whatever it is, Megadon just swims by and eats them.
That also would be great.
That was
The,
Okay,
This
Wheel of
opportunity.
the Meg crossover.
I have
we
to
need.
highlight this from Sensei Matt because I think this is, talking about season 3 predictions here. Do we think season 3, episode 1, will it include Moraine in a bathtub heating the water with the one power?
100%.
I say
course.
yes.
No,
I
it'll
like
be
it.
episode 2. It'll be episode 2.
Are you think it'll be
Oh.
episode 2?
Why episode 2?
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
because
mix it up a little bit, it's
they have to
unpredictable.
try and justify everything that happened in season 2.
why?
Are
They
you
didn't do that for
new
season
here?
2 from
They
season
aren't
1.
justifying anything. You know they are. Look at like 12 months later or something, and everybody will just be wherever they're going to have them with.
And
like,
then
What would make
Aviendha will
you-
be horrified by how much water's in the tub.
What would make you think that the script writer for season 3, episode 1 will have even watched season 2? Any of it? There's no
let's
chance.
hope.
There's no
Because
chance.
it has been my observation that throughout season 2
Okay.
they have acknowledged the criticisms that have been levied at them at season 1 and tried to answer them in the worst possible ways.
I
Just
would
to
I would
poke you in
actually
the eye.
say I would actually say that I largely think that can't be the case. I think in some ways it might appear that way, right? That they've responded to some of the criticism. But if you recall, they were filming season 2 while season 1 was still airing.
Yeah.
So like it was already written, it was already in production. So the few times
that's why I am of the firm belief that they are knowledgeable of the lore enough to be entirely malicious and vindictive about
they know
what they're
just
doing.
enough to be dangerous to
Yeah.
Robert Jordan's legacy.
So they know what they did poorly and horribly, and they know what they completely effed up in season 1. That they can try to present it in season 2 and justify what they did. But
this is my favorite prediction.
But
Jewel.
because they are incompetent as well as malicious and vindictive, they screw up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Moraine ends up, channeling the true power instead of the one power, right?
It's all the same. It's just magic in the show.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Everything works when it needs to work and doesn't when it needs to not work.
I don't know. I'm predicting now that if they have Kalendor, that it is going to be a true lightsaber.
Oh,
Literally, it is simply just going to be one of those lightsabers you buy at Walmart or whatever, and just.
I'm gonna call something here, and you guys can tell me if you think I'm crazy, but this is what I think is gonna happen. Kalendor is going to be in Ruidian or Ruidan or however you want to pronounce it, right?
They would do that. Yeah, they would do that.
That's where it's going to be. And instead of access keys and Terangrial and all this other stuff, like, instead of, whatever other stuff's there, I'm trying to be as opaque as possible for the Nerdporial who needs to read chapter 7.
Joden Cal.
Kalendor is going to be the thing that the Aiel have been guarding, because they are going to have an entire cultural veneration around Kalendor.
The sword. Yeah.
That's what I'm calling. That's going to be a thing.
And for some unspecified reason,
will have the sword.
For some unspecified reason, the fat man with the sword will make a reappearance as a Angriel.
It's just
I was just going to say we still have no idea what happened to the Angrial. Maybe it's in the same place the horn.
It's a one-off.
It's in the hemorrhoid dispensary.
Yeah. So what happened is they showed us the mechanics in season 2 to kind of retcon the disappearance in season 1. So what you have to do is you have to recognize that Amaseru's Horn of Valir and then up her cloaca is actually that's a female trait in the show canon. So after the spinny pan scene around Rand, season 1, episode 8, Moraine actually kind of grabbed it and then
hid it away.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
it's
that's
an interdimensional
prison wallet. Interdimensional prison wallet.
I still think Elaine is going to make a new Kalendor.
Gosh, Can we talk about the Princess Elaine and her friggin' prison wine?
The toilet wine? Why was there so much drug use and alcoholic consumption among these characters? Why were they getting drunk
because
all the time?
The writers believe that the use of mind-altering substances is the signifier of adulthood.
It's like age up the characters, make them cool and older, have them drinking
and screwing. It's sex and drugs is
that's what
the
you do at
signifiers
college,
of
right?
It's not maturity of character and spirit.
Articus, I'm going to highlight this comment. I'm not going to highlight the other comment. It is hilarious. I do support it.
No tobacco.
Why are you not going to highlight that one?
Because this is a family stream.
Oh, right.
Well, it is
Mars-
now with the
Marsup-
expectation.
I haven't said
Kangaroos do
anything
have
yet.
pouches.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's,
Exactly.
it's just
Okay, so where do we think Min is going to suddenly appear in season 3?
Min is going to be captured by the Shan Chan and is going to become the daughter of the Nine Moons.
I thought the Shan Chan were all dead. They killed all of them.
I thought Min was in Kyrian.
So I think Min might actually just stay in Kyrian, and we might just see her season 3, episode 8. She's just gonna be there in Kyrian.
Somewhere.
she'll break Barthanas out of Dark Friendship.
Isn't he dead though?
Right.
He's not dead.
No, wasn't he just like screaming at the door with his
Yes.
mommy?
Doesn't that mean he's dead though?
He's still in his room with his sandwich.
He got timed out for being.
Well, he's a dude. Like doesn't like.
I am a
that itself is a crime in this show.
Do you guys think that the woman who has connections with Aes Sedai, her sister is one, another one came to her house, she's one of the key leaders of a key house in Kyrian, there's a bunch of Aes Sedai, like one of them's like basically set up court in the palace that her son was supposed to marry into. She's got some connections. Do you think that Anavar, or whatever her name is pronounced, and whatever, like she was literally mentioned one time in New Spring. I don't care about her. Do you guys think that she would have never mentioned to Swan that, oh, by the way, Leandrin is Black Aja? And do you think season 3 is going to completely pretend away the fact that this is information that exists in the world?
Yep.
Oh, they'll retcon whatever.
The same thing with Liane. Liane now knows, Varen's thing. Like,
Being friends with the Dark One himself is a good thing in this show.
Yeah, there is no good and evil.
There's
in
no
the
dark
show.
one.
He's
Wait a minute,
dead.
there's no dark one in the show.
There is no
the-
dark one.
the-
There's only Ishamael.
Rand killed Shaitan, guys.
There's only
Wait,
Zul.
you guys,
Hey, be careful. You can't say that.
And I know he did because I said it, and the
So,
ground didn't shake. And
actually,
Yeah.
Here's
They can't
here's
have
an
a
idea
season
that
3. Oh, sorry,
no,
Dad.
no, go ahead,
Mine's
Trip.
quick.
Go ahead.
Mine's real quick. They can't have a season 3 because the Dark One is dead because all the Forsaken are loose.
All of them, or
I mean,
just a
if
few
she
of them?
died on the tower because he let all the Forsaken loose, it's all done. It's all over.
do you guys think that there's another seal for the Dark One, or is the Dark One just free now because the 8 seals have been broken?
I would not be surprised if there was a new seal for the Dark One, but the Forsaken did not want it to be broken.
Interesting.
You guys remember? I don't know. I'm sorry. Do you remember? I'm thinking the show's been compared to a little bit to the Power Rangers, like a very cheaply made kids show. But do you
In
remember
like a
how
negative comparison,
Wait,
this show is worse
negative,
than Power Rangers.
It's worse. You remember how
Power Rangers is actually entertaining. What are you talking about?
But at the end of each season of the Power Rangers, they'd have sort of a new bad guy reveal.
Yep.
You'd have the bigger bad power level guy come and Doc. You had it seems like season 2 is doing that. Like they're introducing the new villain and the new Megazords.
Maggedian? No
the
way.
new, more powerful one is Mogedian.
Yeah, Mohideen.
Light helping
I did get spoiled because I listened to Prophet's. I was going for a walk and I listened to Prophet's stream about. He's like, "Oh, Maggedian, isn't she supposed to be like the worst one?" And they literally I had no idea, but apparently she's a spider, just like Varys from Game of Thrones and all that.
So,
but they literally give her the ability to make webs or something, and that's how she holds Leandrin and everything.
The name Mogedian is in reference to a particular type of spider. But I do think LPK is onto something because they have worked so hard to make Lanfear and Ishamael sympathetic characters.
Hey,
And
I'm
so
on
now-
Team Ishii. I feel more safe with Ishii And I feel
If-
with any
yeah,
of the
well,
any
I
of
mean,
our
But
heroes,
if the rest of the Forsaken are more evil than Ishamael and Lanfear, and maybe their power isn't as great, but they're more.
They're less
They're
reasonable.
Crazy. The boys are crazy. They're insane.
Mogideon's there so show Naive can have her girl power moment by kicking her ass and then putting the collar
And
on
they
her,
also need
making
to
her
establish an
bitch.
Elaine Brigitte
Yeah.
sexual relationship.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Well,
okay. Gadfly, you, or rather, sorry, excuse me. As with Turd Ferguson, you changed your name during the break, and I should, respect that. So, Drunk Fly Fiction,
Question mark.
the drunk Fly Fiction.
Let me see the bottle, Gadfly. Let me see the bottle.
So, talking about Ishamael and how like
Oh,
they're not,
yeah, that's got a
he's
dent
not
in it.
evil and he's
yeah.
like a good guy. Season 2 started with the like Trollocs aren't that bad, and like people have called me names before, but like they're just meanies, right? Was there any conceivable payoff, like any conceivable connection to the entire rest of it? This is scene 1 of your season, and I can't fathom for the life of me how it was connected to what happened for the next 9 hours of television.
That was the only scene that contained Trollocs in it, right?
no,
Yeah.
there was the other scene where Nynaeve is in the is taking her
her accepted
test.
trial.
her accepted trial, and that's the only other time you see
in,
that.
Well, didn't
in
Pern
the
see him in his
real world
space-time thing?
timeline.
That was in the episode, and I say this in my video because we need to change. We as a society need to change. We need to be more loving and compassionate.
Yeah,
like
we do.
seriously, like fuck you, toxic book cloaks. Like you guys are a bunch of assholes.
In the real
I know I'm one of
world
them.
timeline,
Fair enough.
that scene was the only scene with Trollocs in it.
Yeah, all the rest of them are Murdral. Yeah.
Perrin didn't see Trollocs when he was seeing his flashbacks at that village where the
No,
Fade
that was
was
a
nailed to the wall.
that was a Murdral as well.
No,
It was
no
a Murdral
Trollocs.
and a Dark Friend.
So why? Why? And we've established that.
You know why they did it, Gadfly? Is because that
Agenor
little
is
girl is
part
the girl
of
that was on the beach.
Forsaken.
It wasn't
Agenor is
about
not.
the Trollocs.
Sorry. So
It was about the girl.
Agenor is. Okay. I'm going to be quiet now. You go.
I was going to say, it's about the little girl. That's the little girl that was on the beach, and they teleported her to the Dark Friend Social. So that's how it ties in.
Maybe the wave just knocked her over there.
Yeah,
that's
the same
gosh,
little
that's my
girl.
favorite theory of all time now.
Yeah.
So you know what, that actually fixes something, because there was the question of like Padden Fane at end of episode 8, Padden Fane has the horn, and then start of season 2, he's with he's with Ishamael, who he could have given him the horn right there. So why is he like cross-countrying with all of these people, like to bring the horn to Ishamael if he was meeting with him last episode? So if that was actually prior to the events of episode 8, season 1, and then after that scene, Ishamael is like, hey, Trollocs are fun. By the way, you want to go play on this beach?
Yeah.
So it's okay. So it's either that or Padden Fane went down and gave the horn to Ishamael, and then 5 months later, they decided to go chase after the horn.
Yeah.
So it's either of those.
Ishamael had no use for the horn because he is not Balsamon. He is basically nothing. He's just a guy that wants to die. What do you toxic fans, toxic book fans don't understand about it? It's beautiful and it's brave.
Here's
seriously
a theory that I have, because we've theorized
Ozzy.
that Agenor is not in this show.
No.
That means somebody else has had to have created the Trollocs.
Oh no!
Who was that person who created
Sauron?
the Trollocs?
Sauron created the Trollocs.
Lews Therin. Luz Theron made the
Rafe
Trollocs.
Judkins.
Luz Theron made the
Who's
Trollocs.
Theron made the Trollocs? Yeah.
Because he
And the
was a
break.
bad boyfriend. He did not love a woman strongly or fairly enough, and
He
then
did not love.
therefore-
He wouldn't end another man strongly enough.
He
Remember,
didn't-
it was a thruple.
He
Oh my
didn't care
God.
about their feelings, and then there were just a million Trollocs everywhere because he was
Yep.
such a bad boyfriend.
These are all
So yeah, so
Until
my
proven
idea
otherwise-
is
until
Lucy-
proven otherwise. Luz Theron made the Trollocs. I think we're gonna.
Well, you guys drink scotch and bourbon, and the theories start to flow, baby. They're flowing.
Okay, so
Am
I
I-
want to know what is the theory without spoilers because of Brian. What is the theory?
Brian,
what is
read
the
more.
what
Hey,
is the
get me
igloo
into
voice?
reading it, and I'll do so. Like, tell me, like, give me a snippet or something. Because
Brian,
I'm
stop
it's-
talking over Trip. She's talking. Be a
I'm-
gentleman, Brian.
I'm sorry. I'll be
Brian,
good. I'm
read
sorry,
the
Trip.
books.
What- what
It
is
doesn't
the-
matter
Right.
how stuck you are on the books. Just continue to read them, and you will love.
Elevate.
I haven't. I mean, I listened up to
Elevate.
chapter 10, and it's still.
Just read them. I like if I have to sit on you and read them to you.
Steve is gonna force feed mayo down your throat.
Oof.
I am not even touching that. I
All
am
right,
just
Trip.
going
But
to-
in all seriousness,
I-
I'm sorry I talked over you, Trip.
it's
Go.
fine. I've been on stream with Dane and Lady B. Okay, so
Oh, I'm nothing like them. I'm
there you go.
I'm a different
So-
person.
No, I really am curious. What do you think's going to replace the igloo? Are we going to get an igloo?
No. He's not going to do Avienda, Shovienda. He's just going to have Elaine. That's it.
Yeah, there's like they didn't.
They foreshadowed that when he goes, "Who are you?" I'm Elaine.
I predict we're going to get Perrin and Avi in a pup tent.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Like a bunch of dogs in there. Like they're on a dog sled in the Isle Waste, and like what he's got his like desert sled team of huskies, like
So-
with like shufas.
Here's
How do you
the
envision
question.
this? Oh,
They
Trip,
will
can you
have a
expand on it?
thruple. They will have a thruple in TAR with Hopper.
Oh, Lordy.
Okay, Sensei Matt, I'm going to bring this one up because that one is hilarious. So the there was a comment in the chat. I don't remember who made this. It was a long time ago, so I apologize for whichever one of you reminded us about the scene. They said season 3, episode 1 is going to be Perrin asking for Avienda to beat him for his toe. The question that I wanted to ask is, at this point, I feel like most of us have accepted this, but I want to know from you guys here on the panel and from in the chat, do we think that the leaked sort of audition script of Gowan making breakfast with Ivan and like talking about his aunt, Moraine Damodred, and like the weird like walk of shame kind of morning after scene with Gowan and Ivan, do we think that's going to be a real? Do we think that's going to be a real? There we go.
About that. Oh my
all right, and
God.
I need to correct myself here. Articus
El
is
Gato.
the guy who made this comment. Staplebow said it was ADO, but that was apparently that was wrong. And there's now I can't comment on that one because it would bring shame to draw attention to that person's comment there. But
I have a quick
Flo.
question. I have a quick question. Didn't they announce Galad Trakan for this season, or was it season 3?
So I
Season
think
3.
they announced Galad
Trakan
Trakan or
is
something
season
like
3.
that, or yeah. So it's a weird question of if they've combined those characters, if they maybe announced the name wrong. They've done that before, honestly.
Yeah.
Hawkening.
And Uno
Arthur
Nagata.
Hawking. Yeah.
Because we didn't I was expecting to see him this season, so I was surprised. So I don't know if they announced him for season 3.
They already retconned him off the show because he was politically incorrect. The actor.
I thought that was.
They wish.
I
was
thought that
Dane.
was Dane. That was
Dane
Hot
Boylan.
Dane.
Hot Dane.
Oh, I thought that was
Yeah.
Galad's actor.
No,
Okay.
it's
No.
Galad's actor.
Which
Oh,
makes
that's
me
That's
think
the
Galad's
one
actor.
that he's
they will
too
probably
toxic
kill
now.
Dane in season 3.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Which one are you talking about, Gadfly? Are you
Well,
talking
obviously,
about
if
Dodane or Ardane?
They will
Trip
they will
gets too
try to
close
kill both.
if Trip gets too close to Canada, we might have to put him into protective custody. But
Fitzy will protect him.
They'll kill whoever's the biggest father figure. Be careful. Be on set in the future, Pips.
Do you think they'll kill Tam?
Whoever exemplifies masculinity the best, they will get rid of.
Do you think they'll kill
Alright.
Tam?
Ozzy,
yeah.
Ozzy,
Yeah,
you
they
need
will.
to go into
They will
protective
kill
custody
Tam.
as the
Yeah,
the
I
most
better,
masculine white cloak, the granddaddy
the
cloak
father
himself.
figure, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need
Grandfather
some more
time.
drink.
Oh yeah, it pisses me off too because Tam is the best character in all of Wheel of Time, and
Really?
I will bare knuckle box, nude wrestle, oil wrestle, whatever, whoever. It doesn't matter.
Trip.
I
Oh
will
my.
I shouldn't highlight his
Whoever,
comment.
whenever.
I'm
whatever.
going to.
Tam is the best character in Wheel of Time.
Agreed. I agree with that theory.
He's arguably also like the reason the world doesn't end.
Exactly. That's why he's the best character.
I will confess here and now that I have a very soft spot for the good dad trope. It's something that comes up in fiction a lot. Like Joel from Last of Us
Yeah.
is a good example of that.
That's why I really hate part 2, and that's why I haven't watched the series, but like,
But it's
does the series even cover the entirety of the game?
It's that example of the dad who is willing to do whatever, however, whenever
movie
is
Taken.
necessary for the benefit of whoever he considers his children.
Yeah. So like in this case, Ellie was like, he had to make a choice: either let Ellie get dissected for the sake of humanity, or save her and give her a chance to live.
By the way,
he chose the latter.
To Mags, Magitech Mags. Go subscribe to Magitech Mags. I've got some donuts here.
Yeah, well, I'm having a craving for donuts myself because of all the drink that I'm drinking right now.
Scotch and donuts.
There's nothing. Hey, you know, a donut is like the perfect payoff to all this drink right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the sugar will really help your hangover, bro.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I've never had a hangover
plenty
once.
Of protein. I have plenty of protein set up for after.
Even with our previous streams, me and Pips.
You haven't drank enough.
Me and Pips are practically friends. You know, I mean, like we drink together. We do a bunch of shit. Heck, I drank with him. I was in his house. I drank with him, and he didn't have a drink. He didn't have a single sip, because I mean, like, he is very steadfast in his beliefs and everything. So he was giving up drinking for Lent. He didn't have a single drop. He tried to get some non-alcoholic beer, and he went as far as to find out if there was any alcohol in the beer. There was like
trace element,
0.10005, and Pips was just like, no.
Give up carrot cake for Lent, Pips. Don't give up booze.
No. It's a test of character, and I was there to witness it. And, you know, I met him. I met Mrs. Pips, and they were awesome people. I mean, they were great freaking hosts. Like it was an awesome weekend hanging out with them.
We did take you to an unfortunately disappointing meal at a restaurant that I had great burgers at that restaurant, and then it was like a real.
You were very self-critical that entire. You were very self-critical that entire weekend.
I'm
like,
still embarrassed.
You made me a latte, and you were like, "This is not a good latte." I'm like, "Dude, this is a good latte," and you're like, "No, it's not. Like, the beans are not.
It's trash."
I'm like, "Dude, I've had worse." I mean, like, this is not a bad latte. And then you made like
a horrible phrase.
Like, you should see Pips when he's working, when he's cooking something. So when I was there, he was making these sourdough pancakes. So he has like the sourdough culture and everything. when he's
Culture.
working on something, he is totally focused on what he is doing. Like his focus is like second to none. Like if you talk to me, I will talk to you. But if you try to talk to Pips when he's working, he'll be like, wait, and then you just get his stuff done. Then he'll talk to you, and then he'll quote like Adam Smith. He'll quote you. You would be surprised. Like Pips is like one of the most loquacious people I've ever met. And like I'm the opposite. I'm more introverted than he is, and he was disappointed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He was disappointed that I was more introverted. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I'm like, it's. I know it's not easy. I mean, it's from years of being made fun of.
Brian,
from years
Brian,
of being
Brian,
this.
Brian,
What?
Brian, you can't be introverted and go on the internet and do all these recordings.
I am. No, you should see me. You
No.
should meet. Like if you can ask Prophet the same thing. There's points where I get very quiet, and there's points where I just love to be quiet, and I enjoy
a little bit of information for all of you watching. The difference between introvert and extrovert is actually just where you develop your energy.
Half a bottle of
An
scotch.
extrovert develops energy from engaging with people, whereas an introvert that expends energy. So they can love engaging with people, but it tires the hell out of them.
Sorry, I might have had too much to drink. That's probably why I said more.
Well,
than
there's
I
a reason
should.
why I've
Isn't
changed my
that-
name to.
Isn't that gadfly rather like who's a
Bad.
battery and who isn't a battery?
Are you talking Matrix Trip?
I think she's talking about like
I'm
assault,
talking
like
about
what
I
she's
saw
planning on Bane.
a very similar, I guess, explanation of that where some people are batteries. So what would that be? The extroverts gather their energy from introverts who are the ones who are batteries. So
Trip, are you
I
saying
would
so
say
if you
you're
have a good
everybody's a
combo,
battery.
that's why an introvert and an extrovert make a good pairing.
Wait. Trip, are you saying that you're a believer in conservation of happiness?
You know what? Fuck off.
Excuse me.
You made him happy.
Trademark, yeah.
I am a
lost.
believer in never
I
agreeing.
I love
with
the
them.
fact that some of you guys actually remembered what the hell I'm talking about.
It's a very sound
That
theory.
warms.
You
that
said
warms
that.
my dark, cynical.
Are your
little heart.
cockles warm? Are your cockles warm?
Wait. I legitimately have something I want to say. Okay.
go.
Pips is a dear friend, and I truly think he is a wonderful, caring, beautiful person. And I am totally sincere in that. But I had to
Trip's a
share
dirty
that on
liar.
live
He's a deer.
stream
Where are his antlers?
because Pips can't take it. He hates that shit.
That's true. If I'm a horse, not a deer.
We love you, Pips.
That's very
But,
nice of you to say in an effort to make me not. You said a nice thing to make me feel uncomfortable. Is that being nice? I don't think so.
I will just leave that up to you to
Well,
decide.
How the
It could be nice.
turntables have turned.
It could be nice because a friend, a true friend, strives to make the other person better, even at their own expense.
See,
So
for
Trip
me,
could be trying to make you just more comfortable with being able to deal with
Alex works.
people.
No.
so,
No.
Okay. Well, you ruined that.
I
You ruined that.
She was
truly
trying to make me
mean
uncomfortable.
I truly mean every word I said, and he knows that. However, yeah, it's also
Trip, I'm
fun
getting a
that
tear
I can
out of my
say
eye
that.
right here.
Ha.
I'm getting a tear. Oh.
See, but it just warms the cockles of my black heart that I can actually say that and mean it and make him
Meta
uncomfortable as
harassment.
hell.
Sensei Matt is correct. This stream is going off the rails. We need to kick Trip out, and we need to get back on topic.
Hey, I'm not drinking. I am the sober one in the bunch.
Hey, I'm not drinking either.
I'm not drinking.
Wow. See, the
Sunday
bottom
night.
row is
I gotta
being
work
good.
tomorrow.
All right.
Well,
So
everybody needs their guardian.
all right, so let's talk about the dragon. The fire dragon.
What dragon? I didn't see
Trip,
no
wait,
dragon.
wait. Trip. We have something good to talk about. You you sent this over here, so let's
Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
nice.
yeah. So we talked about this earlier on the stream for those of you guys who haven't kind of followed along. Although for those of you who got my conservation of happiness comment, some of you guys watched the White Cloaks way too much. So
That was
but
on my
the-
stream where you talked about the conservation of happiness.
I've probably drunkenly talked about it multiple times. So this is the cover of issue 1 of book 2, The Great Hunts graphic novel adaptation. And you can see, so hopefully you guys kind of looking at it here, and I'll zoom in a little bit to kind of show it. So first of all, let's, elephant in the room, the now an original series, the little Prime logo. That's unfortunate. I'm going to say it. I'm going to get it out of the way up front. The flicker sticker thing, it's done. As I said earlier in the stream, I have a lot of stuff going on in life right now, so I'm a little behind on color confirmation and some other stuff, but they're there. It is happening. I haven't forgotten about it. I apologize. But here we go. This is the cover. It has the terrible logo on it, and then it has what honestly, like the quality of the art. Do you guys agree? Like the actual artwork itself, the detail, the Trolloc horn, the faces, like the I just mean technically, like the shading, sketch work, colorization. Like I think it looks pretty good from that perspective, and obviously the face of Balsamon with the flaming eyes, right? Like what do you guys think of the cover?
I like it.
It's
That
good.
Trollocs arms
Should've
look like
been in
my
the show.
arms used to look. Yeah.
It's passable.
I
It's
like it.
passable.
I haven't decided yet if I like their concepts, but
Mhm.
it's very interesting and I think it's very arresting artwork.
Don't
Okay.
the merge all have hair though?
To be completely honest,
The books don't talk about their hair a lot.
they don't really, because they're almost always hooded, right?
Does anybody hold one of their heads up after they chop their head off?
And it talks about like
Bummer.
pasty
Headlight.
white skin, the eyeless stare. Like it talks about a lot of other stuff
Well,
mostly instead. And
We've seen people, lovingly caress Trollocs, but we haven't seen anybody lovingly caress a Fade yet.
that's season 3.
They're going to feed it minnows because it's got the fish teeth, so they're going to catch a
Well,
mackerel and
There are female fades.
the fish will kiss the moon and then bada bing, bada boom.
We have some potential, thruppling going on.
So bad.
Has Alana ever met?
So
a fade?
the fade, and I'm assuming you're talking about the cartoon or the graphic novel that we have pulled up here. They seem in the artwork to have what I might describe as maybe like vampire teeth. Like they're normal. They're probably a little more sort of
Shark
pointed,
teeth.
sharp
Yep,
than
pointed.
human teeth. Not nearly as bad as the show.
I've always seen the Fades as that sort of uncanny valley where everything about them is normal except for their eyes, and that is what makes them creepy.
I agree. Yeah, I think actually I'm disappointed because I think they tried to make the Fades too like horror instead of creepy, like you said. The uncanny valley I think is a perfect way to describe that. The Fades are honestly consistently in the artwork that I've seen of this graphic novel the thing that I have the most qualms about, because I think they tried to make them too sort of, I don't know, super, like he's got the little like Batman kind of arms, kind of spikes, and he's got like knee pads and
He has
like
armholes in that cloak.
Yeah, he has armholes in the cloak. Yeah, it should just be like a dude in black armor and a black cloak with no eyes, like you said. Like he should
because they can pass them off, they can pass themselves off as human, at least in the first book. So I mean,
hatred and the loathing that you feel coming from them,
yeah,
that makes them so bizarre. And you know, the look of the eyeless is fear.
yeah.
So when they like turn their gaze at you, and you meet them eye to eye to quote eye, that's when you are paralyzed by that fear. You know, like the serpent that stares at the bird, right? It's like,
Yep.
and the bird is just transfixed.
what kind of bird?
All kinds of birds. There are some birds though that deliberately mimic the acts of a bird in paralysis in order to draw the snakes away from their nest. But that's a different topic altogether.
So
Okay,
for Steve, yes, this is the Great Hunt novel. Also, you need to join the stream to eat a mayo packet. Allegedly, the number has been reached. So
for once, I agree with Mayo on something.
How does the chat get over here? Eat your mayo packet.
Eat that mayo packet, bruh.
And then you guys are avoiding. You're avoiding one thing about the fade.
The cod piece, the lack of
package.
Yeah, he's got quite the package going on.
Quite the package, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Trip. I would say that they made this a rather virtuous fade, to be completely honest. I mean, like,
don't they do stuff? Don't they have have a little fun?
He's showing off his goods. He works hard for that look.
I don't think we actually know because
don't they have sex?
Fades come from Trollocs, so I don't think we actually know that answer, and I don't really think I want to know that.
There are encounters. So we'll put this away for a second here, so people don't get nightmares as we talk about the fades this way. There are encounters with fades. But it's very much left up to the reader to imagine the awful things that the fade, is doing. And it's mostly implied that fades, like, kind of like the enjoyment that they get out of a situation is the torment. Like they are actual sadists. Right?
Feed on the terror. Yeah.
The Trollocs are the embodiment of the most base of human desires. They are the rage, the anger, the pure primal lust of humans. Whereas the fades are a step up from that.
The ego.
They are the perfect embodiment of the ego without restraint.
Yeah.
So they love the power and the control that they exert over things. So the Trollocs just do it because they want to.
Yep.
The fades do it because it's the tactile expression of their superiority over other existences.
Would you say that fades are psychopaths?
They are psychopaths, narcissists, and sociopaths, all combined into one.
But they're not bad. But that doesn't make them bad, right? They're just
lived with one for 14 years.
They're just misunderstood,
Yeah, I was just going to say.
A fade or a Trolloc, Trip?
So in other words, my ex. Oh, definitely.
Everybody's ex, Trip. Everybody's
I'm not even joking, Gadfly.
No, don't worry. I'm not joking either.
That'll give you some insight into my personality.
I have a couple people in my closet that
Right now? Really?
Let them out.
Well,
you don't want
the
them
things
out.
we're learning about you, Gadfly.
Tom Cruise is in that closet.
All right.
Who else was in there?
we can't be we already made Mormon jokes. We can't be having the Scientologists after us. So Staplebow's comment here, like I 100% agree. It's one of the reasons why the fades are the things that I have as much of an issue about. One, because the show did them so poorly. And I see some elements of the show design in the teeth and the claws and things like that. And that concerns me a bit. I don't like it. But also, like you said, the Chuck Dixon, I think, especially with the new spring ones, like really, I think did nail the fades. And the Trolloc design is actually pretty close to the Chuck Dixon one. It's, slightly different style artwork, that kind of stuff. The Chuck Dixon ones had more armor. These are like more kind of barbarian than maybe fighter, if you want to use sort of your D&D class kind of armor descriptions, maybe. But it's close enough, right? Like the spikes, the big weapons, the human faces with the, it's relatively close. The fade is not. And I kind of wish that the art team for this would have looked at the new spring graphic novel and really tried to carry the continuity of that artwork, at least in the design motifs, if not the actual kind of style of the design, if that makes sense. The one thing I give him credit for, because honestly, and you guys can probably understand why maybe this is a concern, from the art that I have seen of it so far, the depictions of the main characters of the series appears to be matching the Eye of the World graphic novel, despite my qualms or nitpicks with the Eye of the World graphic novel, specifically in quality. It is very variable quality across the series. Like the first couple ones were really high quality, close to the new spring, and then as it went on, like they cut some corners. I think they were putting them out a little faster. They match the depictions of the graphic novels, which match pretty closely the descriptions from the books. I was expecting TV show characters, if that makes sense. That's kind of what I was expecting. So I don't know.
You're pleased with the art. You're pleased with the product.
It's 100% not as bad as it could have been, is I guess what I'm saying. And like I'm going into it with an open mind about how good the actual finished product might be, because obviously there's, we've only seen a couple images, and the couple images have some things I'm a little concerned about, the fades depiction, right? But a lot of things that I like, and it seems like the artists are really making an effort to do good work at a minimum.
Dude, they gave Perrin a beard. He doesn't get a beard until the Shadow Rising.
That's along with the fades, I think, is probably the other thing, where like Matt has a hat that he shouldn't have at this point, and kind of like a scarf. It's like they looked at fan art from like the end of the series and kind of did that more than they looked at the new spring Eye of the World art. And that's
read the book.
I don't necessarily expect a graphic arts team that's working on this to have like read the artist that's doing the page work. I wouldn't expect them to read a 15 book series to start working on the project. I don't know.
They just need to read one book. They just need to read The Great Hunt. That's it. You don't have to read the entire book series to understand that.
One would presume that the storyboarder, expert, right, would give them advice that would lead to them making better decisions that would lead to future consequences.
But at the end of the day, honestly, from like a graphic novel standpoint, and you guys who are bigger into comics than I am, can probably vouch for this. Like in comics, especially, but graphic novels, like in general, like the costume continuity of characters is a lot more prevalent than like a live action, where like live action, we expect a character to change clothes like every single day of, they're like whatever. Whereas like nobody complains that Peter Parker wears like basically the same clothes for like his entire life. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Or the Sandman always has his green and white striped shirt on. Yeah,
exactly. So
such
the idea,
outfit, I love it.
So the idea that like Matt might wear a hat earlier than he should, or Perrin should have a beard earlier than he should, is like,
The only excuse I can think of for that is because we are seeing this as these are images from Balsamon, I believe. Maybe we're seeing into the future.
When it comes to inconsequential things, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it's Matt having the hat is a little early, is not that great, but it's not a massive part of his character arc. You know, it's not a massive part of the reluctant hero or the trickster story arc.
Exactly.
Sensei Matt, I have no idea what you're talking about.
A little bit.
Sensei Matt, I have no idea what you're talking about. Give me homework. What are you talking about? I'm not even a teacher.
If you, for example, made Rand, like, for some reason, get a tattoo of a heron on his palm in the Wheel of Time, like the Eye of the World, rather. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably eliminate that question mark on my name at this point.
It's not a question.
But if you had Rand have the heron marks on his palms at the beginning of the Eye of the World, that would be a point where you'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Those are character arc moments. Those are moments that define the development of the entire story.
Yeah. I think Staplebow is basically making the point that I was trying to get. I think he's just saying it much more succinctly and correctly here, where, like, I'm willing to allow things like this as a good faith, kind of expectation in a graphic novel adaptation because of this type of thing that, like,
provided the outfits are decent outfits to begin with.
Yeah, because ultimately,
not
like,
bathrobes.
Yeah, because ultimately I want to see the characters that I love doing the things that the characters do, and if they're, when was the last time you noticed a man's shoes, right? Like, it comes down to that like,
Shawshank Redemption.
I want to see Matt be Matt.
That's a good one.
Matt wearing a hat or not wearing a hat, like, it's a nice thing if he wears the hat when he's supposed to and not when he's not supposed to. But at the end of the day, as long as he's freaking Dyson with the dark one, like, I'm gonna be okay with it, And
I'm not even
LPK.
I'm not even a proper book cloak, and I took notice of this. What does that say? What does it say for other people?
LPK is raising his hand.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I take responsibility.
It's okay. I blame you.
Yes.
Don't worry. It's okay. Don't worry.
He can't even spell the drunk porial. He's so drunk porial.
It's okay.
No, it's drink porial. Jesus, have some freaking class bits.
Pour a drink.
Don't worry about it.
Say drink porial can exist. Drunk porial is a myth. That's not even an idea.
And hangover porial.
Get the
hangover
idea out of your
porial's from a
heads.
different dimension. Yeah.
The Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
All right, I muted him, so you can talk now, LPK.
Question for the panel, to Gadfly's point. Hat, okay. Lace, not okay. Because that's
only like a little bit, like just at the cuffs, just like a touch, like classy amounts of lace, though. Like, that's
we don't want a Shakespearean, neck piece here.
No, I had better get some lace and some pink ribbons. Damn it, that's all I got.
You want the pink ribbon? You're like,
they'll be happy to give you that.
Arsenic with that lace. That's the question.
You know who's going to give you lots of pink ribbon with Matt?
You know what?
It's not going to be ribbon that's pink.
Ravenstein.
It's just going to be pink that is pink.
And Pips talking
it's
about
gonna be
Matt.
leather. It's going to be pink leather.
Talking about Matt and the hat, I DM'd you something that's a close-up of one of the heroes of the
All right, you guys heard it here. Trip sliding into my DMs. Hey, I'm a married man with a kid on the way, Trip. You gotta
Goodness gracious.
calm down.
I have to sign off, gentlemen.
I just can't resist you, Pips.
It's midnight where I'm at, and
You're turning into a Smurf anyways, LPK. What's going on?
All
right. LPK, thank you so much for being on the stream. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure having you. I'm glad that we were able to make this work. I think we've tried a couple times and Wi-Fi difficulties and stuff. So a real pleasure to have you on. And
my pleasure.
I enjoyed the conversation. So thanks.
And El Gato as well.
Oh, the kick. Wait, I'm a Smurf. Wait, I need to know.
No, you're better now. You were a minute ago. It was
Your light
quite
was
interesting.
blue light
I was-
district.
Everything
Blue
went
light
blue.
You can
It
turn
did.
on the blue light.
Roxy, you.
You don't
Wrong
have
color.
to.
Roxy.
Turn on the blue
Okay,
light.
now we're really.
Roxy.
It is the sober ones that are singing.
I'm just
Ooh,
like
we
singing
got
out loud.
Is
Zoom on
That's
that
so pleasant.
not? That is literally. That is the creepiest thing that has been in this show. Period.
I can't decide if the girl next to the
That
girl
looks
with
like
the
a
hat
Dutch painting.
is missing a jaw or not.
I gotta
She's got
go.
the painted
Yeah.
stuff. See ya,
Let's
LPK.
sleep well and
All right.
wait.
Hey,
LPK.
yeah, exactly.
You guys take care.
Yeah. Isn't that one of those weird people with the leashes?
Oh, the
Um,
woman. I don't know. I just have to say the
Solodom or whatever?
kid. The kid. Okay,
Yeah.
so I actually have a question that Gadfly might know the answer to. Okay, so this is
Drunkfly might not.
obviously a young kid,
Ooh, from the
right?
bottle.
And it really makes me think of Children of the Corn. However, is there not a mythical figure, a kid that leads the heroes of the horn, that they have to have that child leading them? Is there not a mythical story
Over.
from one of the cultures
So
about
you, the mythical story of the child leader connects to Puck, which most people know from the Shakespearean plays. But there is also the Puer Eternus, the eternal boy, that mythologically is connected to certain deities who are forever in a childish form. So
We
you
know
have that.
Gadfly's drunk because he's struggling.
You're talking about that book that you had me read, Trip, that was
Well,
so
yeah,
awesome.
the Fianna
trilogy. Yeah, yeah,
tapestry, and it's
Yeah.
interesting because the child in the book is named Finn, but
Yep.
I know Guy Gabriel Kay pulls from a lot of mythology.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I wondered if somebody connected with the show somehow came up with this child figure as part of the
No.
heroes.
You're
of
giving too much
No,
credit.
no, not at all. Because the Puer Eternus is most often associated with the sort of Jungian psychology of the boy who refuses to grow up to be a man.
Peter Pan, in other words.
It's Peter Pan is an example of that, but he's a slight differentiation from it in that he is the embodiment of the perfected boy masculinity. So
I feel like
in
there's a
Jungian
real
psychology,
problem. There's a real problem when drunk fly fiction 100p over here is still coherent enough to tell us Jungian archetypes at like after midnight. Gosh, like I need to have dumber friends so that like I can live good. Like this is
Well, but
This
so
is
basically,
bullshit.
the point of all
I'm here
this-
for you, Pips. I'm here for you.
I'm curious about the context. So, like, I just got back because Pips decided to mute
Oh,
me
show the
because
picture again, Pips, so that Brian understands.
I think it looks like a Dutch painting.
Stop.
that looks like an Amish.
So basically, what we've decided is they've just decided to throw a child in a very odd place with
It's one of the
no
producer's
context
kids.
again.
Looks like a child of the Children of the Corn right there.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's one of the producer's kids.
Maybe.
I was gonna ask Gadfly if that boy or that boy who refuses to grow up refuses to pass the threshold, as Joseph Campbell calls it, the threshold, or the or what do you call it, the coming of age type of event. The
yeah.
what
Well,
do they call it?
That's the
rite of passage. The rite of passage. There you go.
That is the significant criticism of the modern age, in that the glasses are coming off again. I'm sorry. The modern age has no rite of passage for either young boys or young girls to learn how to be men and women.
False.
And so most stories are examples of that process of development, from boys learning how to be men and girls learning how to be women, because the psychological difference between boys and men is an important characteristic.
All men are 17. We've already established this.
Drunk Clyde just
express,
became Jordan Peterson.
All men are 17.
I want to express that there's one flaw there. Modern society does have a rite of passage. It's called boot camp, and it still exists.
Yeah, but not all of us are in the military.
You say that, but every boy and every girl seeks out a rite of passage, and whether there is one that adequately embodies the whole process and development of what it means to be a man or a woman, or whether it embodies a false premise of what it means to be a man or a woman. Everybody seeks them out, and everybody finds one. And whether that one is true or not is entirely arbitrary to the individual. So I'm sorry, Trip.
It's not a bad thing. I'm just.
It's a compliment.
We're loving it, man.
Yeah, I'm loving it too.
I derailed this dream. Sorry, but children.
I've done more damage to this than you have done, Trip.
I apologize. I should eat more donuts.
I have to walk.
Please follow Magitech Mags. She's a great person. She's very lovely. She's very short, apparently.
I actually met.
Is she actually 5'2"? Is that a real thing?
Yes.
First of all, she should have been cast as Marine. Second of all,
yes, I met Mags, I met Steve, I met Pips, I met Nathan, I met a whole bunch of people. So
yes,
I'm actually the one person that's met.
Yeah.
I've only met Alex.
I met Alex. I did meet Alex.
You know what,
too, so.
Alex? I haven't met Alex yet. It's kind of bullshit.
I'm curious. Honestly, Pips. I'm curious who's taller, but I'm gonna take the bet.
Allegedly,
I'm gonna take the bet, and I'm gonna say you're taller because Alex is pretty tall too.
Allegedly, he is 6'2", and so I'm taller than him. Allegedly,
well, that pisses me off because I'm 6'1", legitimately.
Huh. God damn it!
Knowing that there are two people out there that are taller than me in the white cloak community, that's just unacceptable.
I think there's a white cloak who is like 6'4", 6'5", to be completely honest.
Oh, fuck him, whoever he is.
Which there you go. Mule says 6'7" over here apparently.
Mule.
Which I will say, Mule. It's
you.
funny you say this because, and I can say this as someone who's 6'3". 6'3" is the perfect ideal height for a man.
Oh.
Because anything, because 6'4" and above is what is called colloquially freakishly tall.
No.
So
I just want to affirm
5'11" is the perfect height.
I love y'all, and y'all are great. You know, my lawyer says I have to say that, so y'all are great.
Did he specifically say you have to say y'all?
Y'all,
yes,
folks.
My lawyer
say
is,
folks.
You had to say folks the next, Mule. I have to double check. Are you my younger brother by any chance? Because my younger brother is also freakishly tall.
So I was gonna ask you, Pips, if you were the tallest in your family. I was gonna ask you that. Really?
Mule, do you pitch on the
I'll
ASU
tell your
baseball
parents. I have to ask.
Okay,
I'm taller than
Like
my
I am,
parents.
I am like the tallest in my family.
Oh,
Literally.
you have a short family.
I'm the
I have
tallest
to
in my
push-
family.
Shut
too.
the fuck up.
I have to push back on Pips a little bit here because unless his wife is exceedingly tall,
No
then
comment.
6'3" is not the correct height because then you're always going to continually having to crouch to motorboat her.
Wow.
Uh,
It's worth
First
the
of
effort,
all-
though, Trip.
First
Yeah.
of all, I'm borderline supporting that comment.
That's why
because,
stools were invented.
You know,
Stools were invented specifically for the purpose.
But I just wanted to say, going back to, again, the turntables have turned. The important rite of passage for any man is to lift his partner, and problem solved. I mean, real men do lifts. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, real men just lift the woman into the appropriate
With a
No,
bow.
position
these
for
type
the
of
moment.
lifts right here, like
Yeah.
this, like this,
Like, hey,
like
drunk,
this.
drunk Poriel, you can vouch for this, drunk Poriel. It's like
Drink
in Halloween.
Poriel, dude. Drink Poriel.
It's
Get
like
it
in
right, dude.
Halloween, but like more motorboating is what I'm talking about here.
Yeah,
Good
sounds
job,
right.
Ryan.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
At the posturing going on around
One
a
of
sandwich.
you needs to start saying 1,000, 1,001. Oh, I didn't see you there. I don't know if you heard.
Go on, Trips. You know this is
25,
the
29,
perfect physical
100.
form of a man.
Yeah, you know what, Steve? This is what happens when you don't come and drink your mayo like a man.
happening?
Like
This is what happens when you don't come.
If you,
Is that what you're trying to say, Pips?
I'm just saying that Kamala Harris is an excellent politician.
Okay, this is getting a little too political.
And she said, "Don't come, don't come." So
I'm
that's
gonna
all.
come.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna drop this on my head.
You look like the former governor of New York's brother.
Who are you talking to?
Ryan's gonna wake up in the morning and wonder why both his arms are so damn sore.
Oh no, I was doing this earlier today. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
Oh, that is fantastic. He's just gonna be like, "Oh, why am I
The
so
fact
sore?
your weights are in your office just cracks me
What
up.
did drunk Poriel do last night?"
So I am planning on attending the Kalamazoo conference in 2024 in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Okay. I'm
And
glad that you
if-
said the state because honestly, as an American, I needed you to say the state.
Yeah, well, I
Graydon-
mean,
I think Graydon's by there.
there's a lot of video evidence of you Americans being completely idiotic, so I have to.
Excuse me, I think I'm gonna have to be
But
offended
if
by the
any
whole
of you white
you
folks
Americans
are
thing
present
going
during
on
that
here.
situation, I mean, like there's no situation in which we could not arrange a meetup at, say, Bilbo's Pizza, which is a pizzeria that is based around and brewery, which is based around the Lord of the Rings.
What month is this in? Drunk Fly.
May.
Yeah, Steve was asking, why are you lifting like a weight but smaller?
Yeah, those are like
It's only 25 pounds. Don't make me laugh. I'm doing this.
Why?
I got two more reps. And two. All right, good.
And then he's going to go like this.
I love you.
Don't make me laugh. I'm gonna
What
drop
movie
this.
was that? A Fish Called Wanda.
Oh man,
That was a good film.
Yeah, that's great.
That was
I haven't
very
seen it.
good
I
film.
still have not seen that.
Monty
It was-
Python influenced too.
When they come out with this?
I've only watched it once. It was a long time ago. I remember enjoying it, but
I didn't even know you watch
and-
other films, Pips. I thought you only watched like these shows.
You
Safe
also
though,
have
again. I am the perfect height for a man. The optimal height, 6'3". That's the optimal height.
a man.
Yeah,
is as
I'm like,
tall as
hey,
he
I'm like,
needs
I
to be.
get out of my car. Pips is there. I shake his hand. I'm like, oh shit. Because I'm
That's
I'm
why
average
you're not
height.
flying fighter jets because you're too tall.
Actually, it was there's the handle between your legs for the ejection seat, and I didn't have the required clearance. So
Really?
my fighter
Really?
jet
Package was
friends,
too big.
my fighter jet friends hate that joke.
I'm sure they do.
I had one of them like legitimately, like I thought he was going to try and fight me. He was about 5'2" though, so the joke. I mean, yeah,
Scrappy.
Okay,
You call him
so-
Scrappy
okay.
Doo.
I have
You're
a
Scooby and he's Scrappy.
fantastic story about the time when I did judo, wherein part of the process was the sort of King of the Hill competition, where we had a couple of people that were in the rings, and everybody lined up to fight these people in the rings. And I got into one of the rings, and I, being my competitive self, kind of went overboard in sort of smashing the people who dared to oppose me. One of the people who I fought was this person who was 4 belts above me, who was this woman who insisted on the idea that because she was superior in belt to me, she would be able to beat me. And so instead of going to the other 2 people who were in this King of the Hill competition, she came to me multiple times. And so I had been in the center of this competition for 20 minutes, and I fought her 4 times before she came up the final time, wherein I beat her. And then immediately afterwards was the incident in which I broke my ribs for the first time, when a person who had 100-pound difference on me in almost pure muscle landed on me knee first in my ribs.
I don't remember jumping knee first on you. I don't recall that.
Yeah, don't worry, Perps. I would have screwed you over because I was such an alpha Chad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sigma
Hey,
Chad.
I think
Sorry,
we've been going for like 4 hours. I want to ask. I think for a chill stream, we need to end our stream a little bit differently here. So I have a couple questions that I want to ask each of you guys that are going to be fun little thought experiment questions. All right. Trip. We'll start with you, ladies first. Would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 10 duck-sized horses?
What the hell?
Trip, that is not an answer to this question.
What are the weapons?
Okay.
Now,
No,
see, Ozzy is a thinking
I'm
man over
going
here.
for the 10 duck-sized horses.
Okay.
Because I already know I can beat.
All right, so you guys all heard it. Trip wants to beat up on horses. She hates horses. She's a speciesist against horses. I knew it. That
Specious.
wow, unsurprising to me. Yeah.
We've never doubted this now.
I predicted that was going to be your answer, Trip.
Yeah.
Horsey.
Okay. All right. Azimoto. This one.
Well, because my 12 gauge shotgun is right over here, but I'm not going to put it on.
You're
the
not getting the
internet,
same question.
That would be stupid.
You're not getting the same question.
Oh, then I'm going to kill the duck with the 12 gauge. But okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, Ozzy. Well, okay. Do you guys should we keep it family friendly or should we not keep it family friendly?
Well, it's midnight on the East Coast, so.
All right, chat. Give me, put a 1 in the chat if you want family friendly questions. Put a 2 in the chat if you want not family friendly questions. You got 30 seconds.
Just
okay,
don't make
while
me
they
swear.
do that, I want to add an addendum to my answer.
Okay, yeah.
I want the 10 little duck-sized horses because that way I can love them and I can hug them and I can pet them like little trollics
and enslave them.
I think this is what she wants to do. Actually, I think
you can tie her Barbie dolls to their backs and watch them trot around.
She wants to kill them like You know what? Staple
You
saying
are
we haven't been family friendly for 2 hours. That is accurate but hurtful.
I am so misaligned in this group.
All right. Ozzy.
Yes.
Okay.
Go.
Would you rather have a arm-sized dick or a dick-sized arm?
That was pretty damn easy, dude. I'm gonna go with the arm size dick because I don't want a dick sized arm. That's like, well, it's about the same size,
Dude,
I guess. I don't know.
You're gonna pass out every time you get an erection.
Yes.
So like, what's the point?
Ozzy making the best answer there. That's about the same size. Quote Ozzymoto classic.
How do we know he doesn't already pass out anytime he gets an erection?
Yeah, geez, I'm 60, guys. So
all right, drunk fly. I know how you would answer the question that I'm now going to have to reserve for 3 Drink Poriel, because you kind of answered it before. So I'm going to give you a different one, which is you can only. No, we'll phrase it this way. You can never eat cheese again for the entire rest of your life. Actually, do you like cheese? I have to ask. Are you lactose intolerant? You Canadians are weird.
No, of course.
he eats pizza,
Cheese
man.
is one of the greatest experiences of life.
Perfect.
Oh.
This is great. This is lining up perfectly, guys. All right, you can eat cheese for the rest of your life, but you can never have sex again, or you can have sex for the rest of your life. You can never have cheese again.
Well,
these are the existential problems.
One of them at the moment, but religiously, sex is reserved for marriage. So if I'm not married, like cheese, always, every time.
That the chat agrees that that's a Canadian answer. Okay,
poutine. Yeah, it doesn't count as cheese.
Poutine is gross.
Well,
that shit is gross.
So here I have to make an addendum here, because poutine means prostitute.
I was gonna say, I thought putain was also a word for it's French for is a swear.
Yeah.
That I'm not. It's family.
Yeah, I mean, like it's great because like I get thrown the insult of incel all the time, but like you cannot be an incel if you are voluntarily celibate. So like, yeah, whatever.
I had to look that phrase up, and I was like, no, I'm not one of those. It doesn't even come close to describing me, but I'm one of the people that hate the show. So,
okay, are we ready? Three Drink Poriel. Are you ready for the answer? The question.
What is this drink that you're talking about? I don't understand you.
There's no R in there, Pips.
I'm fixing it just like he was trying to say. It's Drink Poriel. It's
the R is
3
silent.
Drink Poriel.
The R is silent. Yeah. Okay. 3 Drink Poriel.
So, okay. You're in an empty room, and every minute a little like portal opens, right? And for the first minute,
it's like the Barack Prism.
For the first minute, one 5-year-old enters, intent on killing you, like little murder zombie, right? And then the second minute, 2 5-year-old murder zombies enter the room. Third minute,
is this? Was this David Cronenberg's The Brood or something? What are you talking about?
So you get the idea. Sequential, every minute, one more murder zombie is added. If you have not dealt with the previous minute's allotment of murder zombies, you now have more, right? Like your problems are getting multitude, right? How many rounds could you last before you were overcome by the murder zombies and they murdered you?
Does he have any Gatorade in the room with him?
It's just an empty room.
Lordy.
Yeah. No furniture, no objects. Just
do
an
the
empty
zombies
room.
have Gatorade blood?
No.
Okay. These are
what am I shooting them with? What am I shooting them with? You have to establish the rules, Peps.
It's an empty room.
It's an empty room.
Well, what am I shooting? Do I shoot them? What am I doing?
You have
Matt's
one
knife.
You
and
got your
2
hands,
knife
man.
hands.
You got your hands.
You also have teeth. You have feet. You got yourself. You are
Okay.
you are a
But
weapon.
I swear you said shoot him.
No.
You did not.
Shoot them with love.
Judo toss.
You'll get murdered for sure.
all right.
Do they have
So
keys on so he can judo throw him?
wait, so there's a portal, and then there's these little brood creatures from David Cronenberg's 1979 film that are trying to kill me, basically.
Yeah, but they look like lovable. Like if you have a little small cousin that you like,
no, I know
the psychological aspect is there. That's all I'm saying.
They're hardly. I mean, but based
They
on
look like the little girl
based
from
on the brood,
Transmission
based
Show.
on that, because I've talked about this yesterday on my fly stream. I mean, those little fuckers are hard to kill. Like they're it's practically a slasher film. So I mean, I'd have to use them as meat shields. So I don't get hurt myself. I don't know. I had too much to drink, dude. How long would I last?
You have
I don't
to
know.
pick a number between 0
Drunk
and 3
Oriole
million.
confirmed.
No, there's drink Poriel. Let's stay classy, drunk fly or gadfly.
Brian,
I am not
number.
gonna call you drunk fly. I'm gonna call you gadfly because I respect you. Okay.
Thank you. I love you too.
I love you
number.
too. And
This is all very
number.
touching,
Pick a
but
number.
we demand an answer to the question has been posed. We demand an answer.
Okay, Pips. All right. I'll try to answer it.
How many
How
little girls
many
zombies can you
children
conquer?
would you murder before you were murdered by children?
Wait, so are you saying that I'm eventually going to get murdered? That like it's inevitable? Like this is not something I can change?
Yeah. So
something?
Sensei Matt tried to pose a theory like it's not that kind of portal. It's like the portal gun portals. There's only one way. Like they things come.
I played the
through.
game. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. How many? I don't know. I don't know. I've never killed before. How would I know?
Not even a giant duck?
You know what's funny is when I go for a lot of walks and everything, I make sure to avoid like bugs. Like I don't even step on bugs or anything. When I was a kid, I did that, but now as an adult, I
didn't ask Drunk Fly Fiction this because he was talking about King of the Hill karate match. He was going to kill all the kids, and I thought that wasn't appropriate for a family friendly stream like this. So
Brian doesn't want to even kill zombies. So 0 is his answer.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say this. I will defend myself. So I will use them. I mean, I'll learn everything that I've learned from movies, which is basically total bullshit because life doesn't work that way. But I'll try my best to use those little bastards as meat shields so that I don't get hurt myself. But then again, they're going to overwhelm me and they're probably going to eat me. And I'm going to be screaming and there's going to be a lot of gnashing of teeth.
Right. You just grab one by the arm and you start swinging it around.
Yeah. Or what I'll do? Yeah. I'll just hold its head there. And then when the other little bastards come out of the portal, I'll just start, keeping them in a line.
By the way, we do not give parenting advice here on this channel.
3 drink. Your problem-solving skills are suspect.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're a parent, talk to your fucking kids. Like, form a fucking connection with them. They might act up. They might say bullshit. But they want to connect with you. They want to connect with you. Okay. I'm not even a fucking parent. I know this. Maybe it's because I wanted this too. That does actually.
Brian needs a hug.
Don't erase what that. Erase everything I said. Whatever Rick Moranis
Brian, wait. I have the perfect. I have the perfect answer for Brian, and then I have a question for Pips.
I'm going to use Staplebow's. I'm going to use Staplebow's question. He asked a question, so that's the one I'm going to answer.
No, I get one too.
Oh my gosh, fine. You get one too.
Okay. Right. Yeah, thank you. No, Brian's answer should have been he will just gather up all the children and donate them to Trolloc Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's child trafficking. I don't do that.
I think it's 0. I'm going with
evil.
0.
It's evil. It's evil.
I'm kind of feeling 0 too. I'm kind of feeling
I'm feeling 0 because he refuses to answer.
Yeah, I mean,
he's prevaricating about the bush A lot.
Yeah, he's
Brian,
he-
here's the right
he
answer. You
funded
kill
the
as many as it
Nertorial
takes to
for
pile
police.
them up to block the portal so no more can come through. And then you just
or,
lean against the
destroy the portal.
I
Yeah.
mean, nobody proposed, sort
on,
of
MacGyver.
disabling
Or
and
is it-
immobilizing the little
Is it-
zombie
is it
children.
the- Is it the donut from Sitting on the Edge of Forever? If it is, then I will.
All right,
I
Trip,
will- I will
what's your
surrender.
question?
Okay, mine's
three drink
very-
Oriole has had 4 drinks. He's out. So
Mine's a very simple, straightforward question. What would you rather do? Give up sex or give up alcohol?
that was like the question that I asked. You're
Gadfly.
asking the same question. You just changed cheese for alcohol. Come on,
It
Trip.
doesn't matter. I'm just
on.
addressing it to what's
Come on.
important to you.
Hey, Pips, you have access to sex. It's a different question.
I would
and
ask.
we have proof that you have access to sex now.
Well, yeah. Not until the
At
DNA
least
test. but yeah.
once.
No, that's not fair to you, Mrs. Pips. I take that back. So,
I-
an easier question would be, which of the 4 Bs would you give up if you had to give up one?
No.
What are the 4
I have my
Bs?
question.
What are the
No,
4 Bs? Butter,
Quit
bacon,
trying
beer, and
to
boobs.
avoid. No. Hush, Ozzy. Hush. You're not
5
even drunk.
Bs,
You
you
have no
forgot boobs.
excuse. Quit giving Pips an excuse to delay the answer. Sex or alcohol?
I mean, I gotta say that Gadfly, I think, actually gave, a noble and honorable question that he has a religious and moral obligation, and as an unmarried man, he would have to go for cheese in order to keep himself chaste and pure. And I would have to say that as a married man, I have certain obligations. I would have to give up booze. So
I agree.
It's only reasonable. I mean,
yeah. Duty is heavier tan a mountain. That's all I have to say.
But if you had to give up one
Adam
of the
and
4,
Eve
one
were
of the 4
helpmates,
Bs,
right? Like they were created to be a unit together as one.
I just want to say I don't feel like I got enough of a laugh out of my duty is heavier than a mountain after saying I'd give up alcohol for sex. I mean, Trip, I was proud of that answer, actually. Like that, like it,
Okay, I'll give you a point. Are you
an
happy
easy one.
now?
Points.
I am happy.
Yes.
I am happy now. All right, points are on the board. Hey, for the 12 people who are, I don't know what you're doing at 12:45 in the morning
Well,
Eastern
11.
time.
Go to bed.
watching-
Go to bed, losers.
Stable Blow, you're the
Uh,
best.
Hey,
Since I
I
met,
didn't mean that. I love y'all.
way to
I
hang.
love you.
Where
thank you
is
guys.
Steve?
Thank you guys for being here. It was
Mule.
a blast hanging out with you guys and just talking
We
through
got
some
no
stuff.
mayo sucking.
Props to
Yeah,
Mule.
it's
Yeah,
because
Steve
Steve
sucks.
is AWOL. He's like
We cannot leave until we get some mayo
Pips,
sucking.
you have to
Yes, we
promise-
have to. Yes, we have to.
Wait, because interest will accrue.
Mm.
all right,
Pips,
I'm
you
gonna
have to
let
post that.
One packet every day. So tomorrow
post
is
it on the
2.
If
Discord so
Steve
we know.
doesn't
Day
suck
is
mayo
4.
now, he has to suck 2
Back to Monty
mayos
Python.
later.
Run away.
No,
I'm gonna
mine's better.
I'm
Mine.
gonna let Fufu negotiate that with Steve. So there you go. You have
it's
that for action.
compounding interest.
You need
Okay.
to post it when it's going to be live. You'll have the biggest attendance in the history.
But hey, Mule, thank you for being here. Sensei Matt, I think Staple already bowed out. Lady B, if you're still around. Anyone else who's still in the chat who's just been kind of lurking. Steve, I know that you're still here listening to the mayo that you're supposed to be slurping down on, but you're helping out with TechMex in his stream. So for the 10, 12 people who are still in the chat, please leave a like after the stream, leave a comment. If you haven't already subscribed to us, it's great, helps us out. And then go head over to TechMex's channel.
Are they still going?
Yeah, I believe they are. Yeah, they go late. They go late.
Yeah, Steve is still on their stream allegedly. So
Allegedly.
go.
We should all go over there and mail bomb them.
Oh my God! Since
Mail bomb him. Who do you think you are?
I'm
Who
gonna
do you
go
think you are,
mail
Ted
bomb him.
Kaczynski? Ted Ozzy
Mayo.
Kaczynski.
Yeah, that's right. Ozzy Kaczynski. He's from Montana.
Yeah.
Oh
All
my
right, we'll
God.
highlight Sensei Matt's comment here, and with that, we are out. Everybody, thanks for hanging out with us. A lot more people than I thought were going to be. This is just a chill stream. You guys were great. It's always a pleasure to be with you guys on the panel. Trip, Ozzy, Drunk Fly Fiction himself, and 3Drinkporial. Thank you guys for coming out. Everybody, walk in the light.
Walking light. Good luck with your
Reporial.
tips.
Reporial, you
Yeah,
bastards.
thank you.
Your test.
Congratulations.
Watch my streams.
We'll see you
I'm
guys
gonna
again
be
next
nice and say God bless y'all.
time.
God
Everyone.
damn you all.